Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of, what if Deku went back in time to save Shigaraki? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Act I, The Second Beginning. Chapter 1. The Quiet After Victory. Peace was louder than war. That was the first thought that crossed Izuku Midoriya's mind as he stood alone in Training Ground Gamma, the early morning wind brushing against his hero coat. The facility had been rebuilt, reinforced steel, shock-absorbent concrete, emergency barriers hidden beneath clean white panels, but Izuku could still feel the echoes beneath his feet. The ground remembered. It remembered explosions, screams, blood soaking into cracked earth before the repair crews came. It remembered heroes collapsing where they stood, refusing to move until civilians were safe, or until they simply could not move anymore. Students would never notice. They laughed here now, trained here, dreamed here. That was the point. Izuku watched Class 1B jogging in formation across the field, their instructor barking orders. He recognized the determination in their posture, the eagerness that bordered on recklessness. They reminded him painfully of himself. No, he corrected internally. They remind me of who I used to be. 8 years had passed since the war. 8 years since Shigaraki Tamura had fallen, not redeemed, not saved, but stopped. 8 years since All for One's will had finally been erased from the world. 8 years since Japan had stood on the edge of annihilation and somehow, impossibly, survived. Victory was written in textbooks now. But loss lived in Izuku's bones. He adjusted the sleeves of his coat, the familiar green fabric heavy with symbolism he had never sought. Pro-hero Deku. The successor who had carried One for All to its end. The hero who had finished what All Might began. The world thought the story was complete. Izuku knew better. His eyes drifted toward the skyline beyond UA's walls. The city looked peaceful, rebuilt high-rises, green zones where entire districts had once been leveled, memorials standing quietly between shopping centers and train stations. Names carved into stone. Too many of them. Some nights, Izuku still dreamed of rubble. Of reaching out and being just a second too late. Of hearing voices cut off mid-scream. He inhaled slowly, grounding himself the way Aizawa had taught him years ago. You're here. It's over. You did enough. The lie tasted familiar. Midoriya-sensei. Izuku turned at the sound of a small voice. Eri stood near the edge of the training field, her white hair catching the morning sun. She wore a UA-issued jacket that was still a size too big for her, sleeves covering her hands. Her red eyes were wide, curious, alive. She was alive. That fact alone was a miracle Izuku never allowed himself to forget. Good morning, Eri, he said gently, crouching so he was at eye level. You're up early. She nodded, clutching a small notebook to her chest. Aizawa-sensei said I could watch training today, if I didn't get in the way. Izuku smiled. That sounds like him. Behind the smile, his awareness sharpened. Eri's horn. It pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, but Izuku had learned to notice things others missed. The glow wasn't the usual soft shimmer of stable rewind. It flickered, irregular, like a heartbeat out of sync. Eri, he said carefully, keeping his voice calm. How are you feeling? She hesitated. I don't know. Her fingers tightened around the notebook. My head feels fuzzy, like when I get scared. Izuku's chest tightened. Not now. He stood quickly, scanning the area. Teachers were nearby, but far enough that panic would spread before help arrived. He placed a steady hand on Eri's shoulder. Hey, it's okay, he said softly. Focus on my voice. You're safe. Her horn flared. The air around them warped, not violently, not explosively, but wrong. Like reality itself had forgotten how to breathe. Midoriya-sensei? Eri whispered, fear flooding her voice. I can't stop it. Izuku reached for her instinctively. Eri! The world folded. There was no sensation of falling, no sense of motion. Just pressure, immense, crushing pressure. As if every moment Izuku had ever lived tried to exist at once. Memories collided. All Might smile. Bakugo screamed during the war. Achiko floating debris from a city that no longer existed. The moment Shigaraki's hatred had finally gone silent. And beneath it all, regret. If only I had been stronger sooner. The light collapsed inward. Izuku woke up choking. Air burned his lungs, sharp with dust and detergent. His heart slammed against his ribs as he rolled onto his side, coughing violently. The floor was tatame. That alone froze him. Tame mats, slightly worn, familiar in a way that made his chest ache. He pushed himself up on trembling arms, his movements clumsy, uncoordinated. Too light. Too small. Izuku! The voice came from somewhere distant yet achingly close. A voice he hadn't heard like this in years. Inko! Panic surged as Izuku staggered to his feet and rushed toward the nearby mirror. The reflections stole his breath. Green curls, wilder, softer. Freckles scattered across a rounder face. Wide eyes filled with terror and disbelief. A child stared back at him. 5 years old. No, 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 no. He pressed his hands against the glass. Small palms. No scars. No calluses. No evidence of the war etched into his skin. But his mind was whole. Every memory. Every lesson. Every failure. He remembered dying cities. He remembered winning. Izuku! Inko's voice was closer now, footsteps approaching. Are you okay? The door slid open. Inko Midoriya stood there, young, tired, alive, holding a spatula and wearing an apron Izuku hadn't seen since childhood. The dam broke. Tears streamed down his face before he could stop them. I'm okay, he croaked, forcing the words out as he threw his arms around her waist. Inko froze in surprise, then laughed softly, wrapping her arms around him. What's gotten into you, sweetheart? Izuku buried his face in her shirt, breathing her in like she might disappear if he didn't. She's alive. He pulled back slowly, wiping his eyes. I just had a bad dream. Inko smiled. Breakfast will help. As she turned away, Izuku looked down at his hands again. No one for all. No power. But his heart pounded with something stronger than fear. Later that day, Izuku sat on the steps outside his apartment building, staring at the familiar street. Kids ran past him, laughing, chasing each other with careless joy. And then, Katsuki! The voice was unmistakable. Izuku turned. Bakugo Katsuki stood a few meters away, small and sharp-eyed even at 5 years old, palms popping with tiny explosions as he shouted at another kid. Don't tell me what to do. Izuku's chest tightened. Bakugo, his rival, his friend, his brother in arms. The boy who had once looked down on him, then stood beside him against the end of the world. Bakugo noticed Izuku staring. Their eyes met. For a split second, something flickered there, not recognition, not memory, but curiosity. What are you looking at, Deku? Bakugo snapped. The old Izuku would have flinched. This one didn't. Izuku stood up slowly, meeting Bakugo's gaze head-on. His heart raced, not with fear, but with resolve. Nothing, Izuku said calmly. Bakugo blinked. Ah! Izuku smiled. And somewhere deep in the fabric of time, a thread shifted. Chapter 2, 5 years old again. Izuku Midoriya did not sleep that night. He lay on his futon, staring at the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of his childhood apartment, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant murmur of traffic outside, the soft footsteps of his mother moving through the kitchen as she cleaned long past when she should have been resting. Every sound anchored him. This is real, he told himself. I'm not dreaming. His body was small again, light and weak in ways he hadn't felt since before One for All. When he flexed his fingers, there was no hum of power beneath his skin. No latent pressure threatening to tear him apart if he moved wrong. Nothing. And yet, everything. His mind replayed memories in fragments, like broken glass glinting in moonlight. All Might's final stand. Bakugo screaming his name during the war. Shigaraki's hatred collapsing into silence. Eri's small hands clutching his sleeve as time itself unraveled. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Had she followed him? Was she safe? Was this world already doomed without him? The thought made his chest tighten painfully. He sat up abruptly, breath shallow, then forced himself to slow it down. Aizawa's voice echoed faintly in his memory. Panic helps no one. Izuku pressed a hand against his chest, grounding himself. He had survived impossible odds once already. Losing control now would waste the gift he'd been given. This isn't a rewind, he whispered to himself. If it were a true rewind, then everything, including Eri, would be reset. But this felt different. Sharper. Selective. He remembered everything. That meant this timeline was new. Which meant it could be broken. Izuku's stomach twisted. If he changed too much, if he tried to force outcomes, what would happen? Would events spiral beyond recognition? Would villains evolve faster? Would the war come earlier, worse? Or would he erase the very victories that saved the world? I can't be reckless, he murmured. That was the first rule he wrote in his mind. Izuku slipped quietly from his futon and padded into the bathroom. He stood on his toes to see himself in the mirror again. 5 years old. He stared at his reflection not with disgust, but assessment. This body hasn't failed yet, he thought. I failed it before. In his first life, he had been desperate. Desperate to catch up. Desperate to prove himself worthy of one for all. He had accepted destruction as the price of power. He would not make that mistake again. If he was going to inherit one for all a second time, then this body would be ready to receive it, not endure it. Izuku raised his arms experimentally, watching his muscles flex, barely defined, but there. This is enough, he whispered. It has to be. He returned to his room and knelt on the floor, back straight, hands resting on his knees. He closed his eyes. What did he know? He knew exactly when he would meet All Might. He knew when his quirk would be confirmed absent. He knew the dangers waiting years down the line. But knowing did not mean acting. He remembered Sir Naitai's words, how the future resisted change. How fate pushed back when challenged too directly. If Izuku rushed ahead, fate would respond. So he chose patience. I'll build the foundation quietly. No flashy heroics. No early interference. No trying to fix everything. Just preparation. The next morning, Izuku woke before dawn. His body protested immediately, stiff, slow, and used to DSPLN. He ignored it. He slipped out of bed, dressed carefully, and eased open the front door so softly it barely clicked. The early morning air was cool, crisp against his skin. The street was empty, bathed in the pale glow of streetlights. Izuku took a deep breath. Then he ran. Not fast. Not far. Just steady. His legs burned almost immediately. His lungs screamed in protest after barely half a block. He slowed, focusing on breathing, posture, rhythm. This isn't about speed, he reminded himself. It's about consistency. He ran until his body told him to stop. Not collapse, just stop. Then he walked home. When he returned, his shirt was damp with sweat, his legs trembling. He stretched carefully, mimicking routines he remembered from UA physical therapy sessions. Balance first. Flexibility. Recovery. Inko blinked in surprise when she saw him. Izuku, she asked gently. Why are you up so early? He hesitated only a moment. I wanted to get stronger. Her expression softened immediately. Oh, sweetheart. She knelt in front of him, concern flickering in her eyes. You don't have to push yourself like that. Izuku smiled, small, sincere. I know. I just like moving. It wasn't a lie. Inko watched him for a long moment, then nodded. Just promise me you'll be careful. I promise. He meant it. Kindergarten felt surreal. Izuku sat on the floor with other children, listening to the teacher read a picture book he remembered word for word. The bright colors, the simple story, it all felt distant, unreal. Around him, kids laughed and whispered. And then, Kaken! Bakugo Katsuki burst into the room late, shouting immediately, voice sharp and loud. Tiny pops cracked from his palms as he gestured wildly. Izuku felt the familiar tightening in his chest. There he is. Bakugo was exactly the same, confident, explosive, demanding attention like oxygen. The other kids watched him with a mix of awe and fear. Bakugo's eyes flicked toward Izuku. They narrowed. What? Bakugo snapped. Izuku didn't look away. That alone was enough to confuse him. Bakugo muttered, turning away. Izuku exhaled slowly. Good, he thought. Just that much is enough. The days passed quietly. Izuku trained every morning. Short runs. Basic calisthenics. Grip exercises using water bottles. Balance drills standing on one foot while brushing his teeth. Nothing dramatic. But it added up. His body adapted faster than it should have. Not unnaturally, but efficiently. His muscles learned. His breathing stabilized. His posture improved. Teachers noticed. Midoriya-kun has a lot of energy lately, one remarked. Inko noticed too, but she smiled more than she worried. Bakugo noticed last. It happened during recess. A group of kids raced across the playground. Bakugo took off immediately, grinning as he surged ahead. Izuku ran too. Not desperately. Not flailing. Bakugo glanced back and scowled. Hey, he shouted. Don't copy me. Izuku didn't answer. He just kept running. They crossed the playground nearly together. Bakugo stopped abruptly, staring at Izuku like he'd grown a second head. Since when are you fast? Izuku shrugged, catching his breath evenly. I've been practicing. Bakugo frowned. Then, unexpectedly, he grinned. Then you better keep up. Izuku smiled. A small thread tightened. That night, lying on his futon once more, Izuku stared at the ceiling. His body ached pleasantly. His mind felt clearer than it had in years. This is working, he whispered. He wasn't changing the future. He was earning it. Chapter 3. The Body Before the Power. By the time Izuku Midoriya turned 6, his mornings belonged to ds. The city still slept when he rose from his futon, careful not to wake his mother. Dawn light filtered faintly through the curtains as he dressed in loose clothes, movements precise despite his small body. His reflection in the mirror showed a child still soft around the edges, but there was something new in his posture. Purpose. He slipped outside, the apartment door closing with a muted click behind him. The air was cool, damp with early morning mist. Izuku inhaled deeply, filling his lungs, then began to run. Not far. Not fast. But every day. At first, it had been humiliating. His legs had burned within minutes. His lungs had seized up, breath turning shallow and panicked. Sweat had soaked his clothes long before the sun crested the buildings. In his first life, he would have pushed until collapse, until pain became proof of worth. Not now. Now he listened. Adaptation beats destruction, he reminded himself. He ran until his breathing faltered, not until it broke. When his stride shortened, he slowed to a walk, focusing on posture and rhythm. He stretched carefully afterward, recalling physical therapy routines from UA. Ankles, knees, hips, spine. Every movement was deliberate. Izuku was not training to become strong. He was training to last. He thought often about heroes during these runs. Not All Might, not yet. He thought about fighters who built themselves from nothing. People who had no natural advantage, only relentless effort. In another world, he might have admired someone like Asta, a boy who refused to accept weakness as destiny. Power isn't given, Izuku thought as he braced himself against a park bench and began push-ups. It's prepared for. His arms shook after 10. By 15, his form wavered. He stopped at 20, not because he couldn't push further, but because pushing further would teach his body the wrong lesson. Tomorrow, he promised himself. Tomorrow you go further. That promise, kept daily, was the real strength. Inko Midoriya noticed everything. At first, she thought Izuku was just energetic. Then she noticed the sore muscles, the careful stretching, the way he ate with a seriousness that didn't belong to a child his age. Izuku, she said gently one evening as she watched him knead his calves on the floor, why are you doing all this? He froze. This was the question he'd been preparing for. I want to be healthy, he said truthfully. I don't want to get hurt easily. Inko smiled weakly, but her eyes were worried. You're already perfect the way you are, she said. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Izuku looked up at her. He saw guilt there. Guilt she would carry soon, when the doctor confirmed what they both feared. I know, Izuku said softly. But being strong makes me feel safe. Inko swallowed. She pulled him into a hug, holding him tightly. I just don't want you to get hurt, she whispered. Izuku closed his eyes. Neither do I, he thought. The doctor's office smelled the same as it always had, clean, sterile, faintly of antiseptic. Izuku sat quietly on the examination table, swinging his legs slightly. He remembered this room. Remembered crying here. Remembered Inko collapsing in front of him, apologizing over and over as if his lack of a quirk were her fault. This time he was ready. The doctor studied the scan carefully, tapping the screen with a pen. As expected, he said calmly, there's no sign of a quirk factor developing. Inko's breath caught. Izuku didn't move. It's rare but not unheard of, the doctor continued. Your son will likely remain quirkless. Silence filled the room. Inko's hands trembled. I'm so sorry, Izuku. He slid off the table and took her hands. It's okay, he said. She stared at him, startled. But I knew, Izuku said gently. I'm still me. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, she whispered again, voice breaking. Izuku hugged her tightly. This time he thought, you won't cry because of me. School changed after that. Kids talked. Whispered. Quirkless. Some laughed. Some ignored him. Some treated him like glass. Izuku accepted it all quietly. Bakugo didn't. Who cares if you don't have a quirk? Bakugo snapped when he overheard someone teasing Izuku. That just means you have to work harder. The words were harsh, but not cruel. Bakugo looked at Izuku differently now. Less dismissive. More alert. They raced more often. Trained more often. Competed constantly. Bakugo always tried to stay ahead. Izuku always stayed close. By 7, Izuku's body had changed subtly. His muscles were denser. His balance sharper. His stamina noticeably higher than other kids his age. Doctors commented. Teachers raised eyebrows. It's just exercise, Izuku said calmly. And it was. But it was purposeful. He trained grip strength obsessively, knowing one for all would demand it. He practiced falling safely. Rolling. Absorbing impact. He learned how to fall without breaking. Something his past self had never known. It happened during another race. Bakugo sprinted full speed, explosions propelling him forward in short bursts. Izuku ran behind him, breathing steady, strides smooth. Bakugo glanced back and slowed. You're not slowing down, Bakugo muttered. Izuku smiled faintly. Neither are you. Bakugo snorted. Don't fall behind, Deku. I won't. And for the first time, Bakugo believed him. That night, Izuku lay on his futon, muscles aching deeply, but healthily. He stared at the ceiling, smiling. This body will hold one for all, he thought. I'll make sure of it. Not through miracles. Through effort. Chapter 4, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo hated uncertainty. Even as a child, he understood the world in simple, blazing terms. Strong and weak, winners and losers, leaders and followers. The adults praised his quirk before he understood what praise meant. Teachers smiled when he raised his hand. Other kids gravitated toward him instinctively, drawn by the crackle of explosions dancing across his palms. He was special. He knew it. That certainty was the foundation of everything Katsuki believed about himself, and it was why Izuku Midoriya unsettled him. Because Izuku used to fit perfectly into the world Katsuki understood. Quiet. Always looking up. Until he didn't. Katsuki noticed it during training time at school. They were supposed to be playing, a loose excuse for children to run around and burn energy. Katsuki exploded forward, laughing as he blasted off the ground in short bursts, landing atop a jungle gym like a conquering hero. Try to catch me, he shouted. The other kids cheered. Izuku ran. Not clumsily. Not desperately. He moved with a smoothness that didn't match his size, feet landing softly, arms pumping in rhythm. He didn't look like he was struggling. That bothered Katsuki. He leapt down, landing hard, eyes locked on Izuku as the green-haired boy slowed to a stop beside him, breathing hard, but controlled. "You're faster," Katsuki muttered. Izuku blinked. "You're still faster." Katsuki scowled. "That's not the point." He turned away abruptly, jaw clenched. That night, Katsuki lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Since when Bakugo's pride wasn't cruelty, it was armor. In his first life, Izuku's weakness had been a reassurance. A fixed point in the world. Someone Katsuki could look at and say, "At least I'm better than him." For now, Izuku didn't chase Katsuki anymore. Didn't cling. Didn't admire him with wide-eyed devotion. He trained alone. Quietly. Relentlessly. Katsuki noticed the bruises. The sore muscles. The way Izuku stretched before and after everything. "He's serious," Katsuki realized, unease crawling up his spine. If Izuku could change, what else could? It happened behind the school one afternoon. Katsuki cornered Izuku near the fence, explosions popping irritably from his palms. "What's your deal?" Katsuki demanded. "Why are you acting like this?" Izuku looked at him calmly. Not afraid. Not defensive. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't play dumb." Katsuki snapped. "You're different." Izuku hesitated. This was dangerous territory. "I just decided to try harder," he said finally. Katsuki stared at him. "That's it?" Izuku nodded. "That's enough." Something twisted in Katsuki's chest. He exploded backward, blasting off the ground in frustration. Then don't slow me down." Izuku smiled faintly. "I won't." From that day on, Katsuki stopped pushing Izuku away. Instead, he pulled him closer, through competition. "Race me. Bet you can't do 10 more. Try to keep up." Their interactions became sharper, louder, but cleaner. Katsuki yelled, insulted, challenged. Izuku answered with effort, not excuses. No tears. No flinching. Just resolve. Other kids noticed. "They're always together now," someone whispered. "Are they friends?" Katsuki scoffed when he overheard it. "Friends? Don't be stupid." But he waited for Izuku before going home. The moment everything changed came quietly. Izuku tripped during a sprint, catching his foot on uneven pavement. He fell hard, skin scraping against concrete. In the past, Katsuki would have laughed. This time he stopped. Izuku sat up slowly, checking his arms, grimacing, but calm. "You okay?" Katsuki asked, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. Izuku blinked in surprise, then nodded. "Yeah. Just scraped." Katsuki looked away, embarrassed. "Good. Don't get hurt. That'd be annoying." Izuku smiled. That night, Katsuki stared at his hands. Explosions came easily to him. Power always had. Izuku earned everything. That realization unsettled him more than any insult ever could. If someone like Deku can get strong without a quirk. Katsuki clenched his fists. Then I can't afford to slack off. They walked home together the next day. Not talking much, but walking. Side by side. Katsuki glanced at Izuku, scowling. "Hey, you're not allowed to fall behind." Izuku met his gaze, eyes steady. "I won't," he said. And Katsuki believed him. For the first time, not because Izuku was chasing him, but because Izuku was running with him. Chapter 5. The Sludge Villain. Izuku Midoriya knew this day would come. He had known it since the moment he realized he still remembered everything. Still, knowing did not make the moment any less heavy as he walked home from school with Katsuki Bakugo, the late afternoon sun stretching their shadows long across the sidewalk. Bakugo was talking, loudly as usual, complaining about how slow the class had been during physical activities, how everyone else was dragging him down. Izuku listened with half an ear. The other half was counting time. It should be soon, he thought. He remembered the alley. The trash. The suffocating weight around his face. The panic that had nearly ended his life before it even began. This time he would not panic. This time he would survive. Hey Deku. Izuku blinked, turning toward Bakugo. What? Bakugo demanded. You spacing out again? Just thinking, Izuku replied calmly. Bakugo snorted. Don't think so hard you trip over your own feet. Izuku smiled faintly. They reached the intersection where their paths usually split. Bakugo stopped, stretching his arms. I'm heading home. Don't get yourself killed, he said casually. I won't, Izuku replied. Bakugo paused. Good. Then he turned and walked away. Izuku watched him go, chest tightening. Be careful, he thought. Izuku took the longer route home. He didn't rush. Didn't hesitate. His steps were measured, his senses alert. The alley appeared exactly as he remembered it, narrow, cluttered with trash bags and rusted metal. The air was damp and stale. Izuku stepped inside. The sludge villain struck instantly. Dark, viscous matter surged from the shadows, wrapping around Izuku's arms and legs, climbing his torso in a suffocating wave. But Izuku did not freeze. He exhaled sharply, controlling his breathing as the sludge tightened around his face. Density uneven, he noted immediately. Mobility compromised by overextension. He twisted, not violently but precisely, forcing the sludge to redistribute. He used the brief slack to slam his heel against the alley wall, wedging himself into a stable position. Struggling won't help you, the villain gurgled, voice echoing wetly. Just relax. Izuku didn't answer. He waited. And then, a sudden gust of wind blasted through the alley. The sludge screamed as it was ripped away, flung violently against the far wall. All Might landed with earth-shaking force, already transforming mid-motion. Never fear, he boomed. I am. Izuku was already backing away, coughing but steady on his feet. All Might froze. The boy wasn't crying. Wasn't shaking. He was watching. All Might finished subduing the villain quickly, his attention returning again and again to the green-haired child standing nearby. Young man, All Might said, kneeling. Are you injured? Izuku shook his head. Minor bruising. No loss of consciousness. All Might stared. You stayed remarkably calm. Izuku hesitated. He had to be careful. I panicked at first, he admitted. But then I remembered to breathe. All Might smiled gently. That's a lesson many heroes never learn. He scooped the villain into a containment bottle, and then jumped away. As in the original timeline, Izuku latched onto his feet. Time ran out. Smoke billowed. The symbol of peace shrank into his skeletal form. Izuku watched silently. This time, he didn't gasp. Didn't cry. Didn't collapse. All Might looked embarrassed. You weren't supposed to see that. Izuku met his eyes steadily. You're still a hero, he said simply. All Might stiffened. Those words hit harder than applause ever had. They sat on the rooftop together, the city spread out below them. All Might spoke quietly about limits. About time. About carrying too much alone. Izuku listened. When the moment came, he asked the question, but without desperation. Can someone without a quirk still become a hero? All Might hesitated. Then he smiled. No, he said firmly. I cannot say that one is able to take up the responsibility that comes with being a hero, without a quirk. Izuku nodded. I will, he said softly to no one. The sludge villain appeared just like before. Bakugo screamed. The crowd froze. Izuku's blood turned cold. Bakugo! They ran. The sludge villain, escaped, had taken Katsuki, wrapping him in thick coils, explosions sputtering uselessly inside the mass. Heroes stood frozen. All Might arrived moments later, just like last time he just stood there. Izuku didn't. He didn't rush in blindly. But this time, Izuku's body didn't shatter when he moved. He didn't hesitate when he spoke. You can still save him, Izuku said, eyes sharp, voice steady. All Might froze. As Izuku grabbed a nearby metal pole, gauging weight and balance. Disruption, not force. He threw it, not at the villain's core but at its outer mass, forcing it to stretch. Bakugo gasped as pressure shifted. Something about this boy, his posture, his conviction, felt wrong. Felt familiar. All Might moved. In one decisive blow, the villain was destroyed. Later, as ambulances arrived and heroes dispersed, All Might stood quietly beside Izuku. "That throw," All Might said. "You calculated the timing." Izuku bowed slightly. "I just didn't want to make it worse." All Might looked at him for a long moment and asked the question again. "Can someone without a quirk become a hero?" Izuku met his gaze and answered, honestly, "Yes. But I'm going to be more than that." And somewhere deep within One for All, the past users stirred. "Young man," he said slowly, "would you like to meet again?" Izuku's heart surged, but his face remained calm. "Yes," he said. "I would." Bakugo found Izuku afterward, bruised and furious. "You didn't run," Bakugo muttered. Izuku shook his head. "I won't." Bakugo clenched his fists, then grinned fiercely. "Good." As Izuku walked home that night, exhaustion settling deep into his bones, he looked up at the stars. The first domino had fallen. But it had fallen cleanly. End of Act I. Chapter 6, Before the Power Comes. Dagobah Beach was worse than Izuku remembered. The smell hit first: salt, rust, rot, and old oil baked under the sun. Broken appliances lay half-buried in sand like corpses. Refrigerators with their doors torn off, twisted bicycles, cracked televisions, boats splintered beyond repair. In his previous life, this place had felt impossible. Now it felt inevitable. Izuku stood at the edge of the beach, hands on his hips, breathing in slowly. This is where it starts again, he thought. But not the same way. This, All Might announced, will be your training ground. The foundation upon which you inherit One for All. Izuku nodded, eyes sharp. "Yes, sir." All Might blinked. That alone was different. No hesitation. No fear. Only resolve. The training was brutal. Morning began before sunrise. Izuku ran from his apartment to the beach, weighted vest strapped tight, sand grinding into his shoes. He sprinted until his lungs burned, then ran again. Push-ups in shifting sand. Pull-ups on rusted scaffolding. Deadlifts with scrap metal welded into makeshift bars. All Might watched closely. Too closely. Izuku never complained. Never asked for breaks. Never collapsed. That worried All Might. "You must pace yourself, young Midoriya," he said one morning as Izuku hauled a washing machine up the beach. "You'll injure yourself before inheriting One for All." Izuku adjusted his grip. "I know my limits," he said calmly. And he did. He remembered them. This Izuku didn't train recklessly. He trained precisely. Every exercise had a purpose: core stability, tendon reinforcement, controlled breathing. He rotated muscle groups, stretched meticulously, iced joints every night. All Might noticed. "You train like a professional athlete," he remarked one afternoon. Izuku smiled faintly. "I've had time to think about what went wrong." All Might laughed, assuming it was nerves. Izuku didn't correct him. Bakugo noticed too. He didn't come to the beach at first, only watched from a distance when Izuku ran past their neighborhood at dawn, sweat-soaked, posture perfect, pace relentless. "DMN nerd," Bakugo muttered. But the next day he waited. "You training for the exam?" Bakugo asked, arms crossed. Izuku nodded. "Yeah." Bakugo scoffed. "Figures. Don't slow me down." He ran alongside him. All Might watched from a distance, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. One afternoon, All Might stopped Bakugo mid-sprint. "Young Bakugo," he said, smiling. "Raw power is impressive, but power without restraint becomes predictable." Bakugo bristled. "I don't need restraint." All Might leaned closer. "Even explosions have direction." Bakugo froze. Izuku watched quietly. "Think about where you want to go," All Might continued. "Not just how hard you want to hit." Bakugo clenched his fists. But he listened. Days turned into weeks. Bakugo began helping Izuku with resistance training. Again, Bakugo snapped as Izuku strained through a lift. "Don't rush it," Izuku replied calmly. They argued. They competed. They improved. All Might observed silently, a proud smile creeping across his face. "They're growing together," he thought. "Just not the way I expected." The trash piles vanished faster than scheduled. Weeks earlier, All Might stood frozen as Izuku dragged the final rusted refrigerator free and dropped it with a thud. Dagobah Beach was clean. Izuku stood tall, chest rising steadily, muscles defined and balanced. Finished, All Might said slowly. Izuku bowed. Thank you for your guidance. All Might swallowed hard. He's more ready than I was, he realized. That evening, All Might sat with Izuku and Bakugo on the seawall. You've both grown, he said. But remember, power reveals who you are. Izuku nodded. Bakugo scowled. All Might, Bakugo asked suddenly, what happens if someone can't control it? All Might's smile faded just a fraction. Then they must learn, he said. Or they will break themselves. Bakugo looked at Izuku. Then away. All Might turned to Izuku as the sun dipped below the horizon. Young Midoriya, he said quietly, tomorrow, you inherit one for all. Izuku met his gaze. I won't waste it. All Might believed him. As they parted ways, Bakugo stopped Izuku. You're different, he said. Stronger, but not reckless. Izuku smiled faintly. So are you. Bakugo scoffed. But he didn't deny it. Chapter 7. The Weight of Inheritance. The ocean was calm the morning All Might chose. Dagobah Beach no longer bore the scars of neglect. Where rusted metal and broken appliances had once towered, there was now open sand stretching toward the water, clean and quiet beneath the rising sun. Izuku stood barefoot at the shoreline, hands clenched at his sides. He had done this before. That knowledge sat heavy in his chest. Behind him, All Might watched in silence, arms crossed, cape absent, his thin form outlined against the sky. Young Midoriya, All Might said at last, what you are about to inherit is not strength alone. Izuku nodded. It's responsibility, All Might continued. Pain, sacrifice, and the weight of being someone others rely on. Izuku turned and bowed deeply. I understand. All Might studied him for a long moment. You say that far too calmly. Izuku smiled faintly. I've had time to think about it. All Might said, you're going to be the hero the world needs. Izuku swallowed. I will, he said. They sat together on the seawall. All Might removed a strand of hair from his head, holding it between two fingers. To inherit one for all, he said, you must ingest my DNA. Izuku accepted the hair without hesitation. No shaking. No disbelief. Just resolve. He swallowed. Nothing happened. Not immediately. All Might chuckled nervously. It usually takes a few hours. Izuku nodded. I'll be ready. All Might watched him closely as they parted ways. Too ready, he thought. It hit Izuku that night. Not like an explosion. Like a flood pressing against a dam. He sat cross-legged on his bedroom floor, sweat beading on his brow as something vast stirred beneath his skin. His muscles tightened, veins humming with unfamiliar energy. There you are, he thought calmly. He didn't move. He breathed. Slow. Controlled. Measured. The power surged, then settled. Izuku exhaled. Strong, but the power grows. I know, Izuku replied. I'm able to handle up to 20% if force myself, but I'm keeping it below 15%. All Might stiffened. You already quantified it? Izuku nodded. All Might laughed, nervous but proud. You truly are something else. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Remember, strength is meaningless if it cannot be sustained. I won't forget. As the entrance exam approached, Izuku reduced his usage of one for all. Most days, he didn't activate it at all. He trained his base body, refined movements, sharpened instincts. Bakugo noticed. You holding back, Bakugo said one evening. Izuku met his gaze. For now. Bakugo smirked. But don't steal my spotlight. Izuku laughed softly. The night before the exam, Izuku stood alone on his balcony, city lights stretching endlessly below. Last time, he thought, I entered UA desperate. He clenched his fist. This time, I enter prepared. Behind him, All Might watched from the street below, unseen. He's not chasing power, All Might realized. He's preparing to carry it. Morning came. Uniform pressed. Back straight. Heart steady. Izuku stepped onto the train toward you, Bakugo standing nearby, arms crossed, eyes sharp. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The future awaited. Chapter 8. The day I took my first step. The train slowed as it approached Mizudafu. Izuku Midoriya stood near the door, one hand gripping the strap above him, feeling the gentle sway of the carriage beneath his feet. The city passed by in familiar shapes, streets he'd walked, intersections he'd crossed, a future he had once lived through already. Across the aisle, Bakugo stared straight ahead, arms crossed, jaw tight. They weren't going to the same testing site. Izuku knew that too. Just like last time he thought. Except now. I'm not afraid. The doors slid open. Bakugo stepped out first. Don't screw it up, he said without looking back. Izuku smiled faintly. You too. Bakugo paused, then scoffed and walked on. It wasn't encouragement, but it was something closer to trust. Ue Hai rose before Izuku like a monument. Steel, glass, and ambition. Students crowded the entrance, voices buzzing with nerves and excitement. Some laughed too loudly. Others reviewed notes obsessively. A few stood alone, eyes sharp and calculating. Izuku adjusted his backpack straps. I've stood here before, he thought. But this time, not chasing a miracle. He stepped forward. The exam hall was massive. Rows upon rows of desks filled the room, students whispering nervously as proctors moved through the aisles. Izuku took his seat. I remember this, he thought. The exam hall was silent save for the scratching of pencils. Izuku scanned the test booklet. Science. Logic. Hero ethics. Familiar. Not easy, but known. He paced himself, breathing evenly, finishing with time to spare. He reread each answer carefully, correcting small mistakes, refusing to rush. Around him, tension was thick. Once, he had struggled to keep up. This time, his pencil moved smoothly. Not because the questions were easier, but because he had already lived the consequences of not understanding the world well enough. A villain is holding hostages. The villain is injured and defenseless, but your client is in danger. Do you stop the villain, or save the client? Izuku's mind flashed back to the war. He remembered the faces of civilians. The panic. The chaos. The feeling of helplessness. He wrote, a hero protects life. The villain is dangerous, but the priority is to save the innocent. If the villain is injured and defenseless, you contain them first and then secure the civilians. The next question asked, what makes a hero? Izuku wrote, a hero is someone who stands between danger and the innocent, even when it costs them something. But a hero also needs to protect themselves so they can continue protecting others. He continued answering, his pen moving fast, his mind clear. The final question was the hardest. What is your motivation to become a hero? Izuku stared at the paper. He could write the truth. But he didn't. Not yet. Instead, he wrote, to protect the people who can't protect themselves. He paused, then added, to become a symbol of hope. He stared at the words. He didn't write about the past. He didn't write about the pain. He wrote about the future. You'll be fine, he thought, not unkindly. Ue doesn't want geniuses. They want foundations. When time was called, Izuku closed his booklet gently. No shaking hands. No panic. Outside, students gathered again, energy buzzing louder now. A girl with chestnut hair stumbled as she stepped off the stairs. Izuku moved instinctively, catching her before she fell. Ugh. Thank you, she said, cheeks flushing. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Izuku smiled. Izuku Midoriya. Nearby, a boy with glasses approached stiffly, posture rigid. That was commendable, he said, bowing sharply. Tenya Ida. It's a pleasure. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said. Nice to meet you. Izuku said as he returned the bow properly. So this is how it starts again, he thought. But better. I noticed your posture during the written exam. It suggested focus and preparedness, Ida said. Ida, he thought. Present Mick's voice thundered across the testing ground. This is it. The practical exam. Gates opened. The mock city sprawled before them. Robots activated. Izuku inhaled slowly. Don't use it unless you must. He sprinted forward as the buzzer sounded. Izuku moved efficiently. He didn't rush headlong into combat. He analyzed. 2-point robot, disabled with a kick to the joint. 3-pointer, redirected into another machine. He used strength, but sparingly. Brief flashes of 1 for all reinforced his movements, no more than 5%, enhancing speed and impact without drawing attention. No broken limbs. No spectacle. Just results. This is enough, he thought. For now. The 0-pointer. The ground shook. Students froze. The 0-pointer emerged, towering, unstoppable. Run, someone screamed. Izuku turned and saw Ochako. Trapped beneath debris. No hesitation. Same moment he realized. Different choice. He moved. Izuku activated 1 for all deliberately. 10%. The world sharpened. He leapt, not recklessly but precisely, landing beside Ochako and lifting the debris with controlled strength. The concrete cracked but didn't shatter. Can you stand? He asked calmly. She nodded, stunned. Izuku turned toward the 0-pointer. He didn't attack it. Instead, he slammed his foot into the ground, using controlled force to destabilize the street beneath the robot. The pavement collapsed, tilting the massive machine off balance just long enough for Ochako to escape. The robot crashed. Alarms blared. Izuku released the power immediately. No pain. No injury. Just exhaustion. Ochako stared at him, eyes wide. You didn't even get hurt. Izuku smiled softly. I trained. Recovery robots arrived. The exam ended. As Izuku was scooted away, he looked back at the fallen 0-pointer. Last time, I broke myself to save someone, he thought. This time I saved us both. High above, on a monitor-filled room, teachers watched. That kid, Present Mike said. He didn't go for points. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. No, he muttered. He went for control. As Izuku left the testing site, exhaustion settled in, but beneath it was calm. He hadn't proven everything. He didn't need to. The foundation was set. And this time, he was ready for what came next. The letter arrived on a quiet afternoon. Izuku recognized it instantly. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, with UA High School's emblem pressed into the corner like a seal of fate. He stared at it for a long moment before opening it. I already know what's inside, he thought. Still, his fingers trembled. Not from fear. From memory. Congratulations. The word felt heavier than it should have. Izuku read the letter slowly, even though he knew every line by heart. The date of the entrance exam. The location. The expectations. It was the same as before. And yet, no, he corrected himself. It's not the same. Because I'm not the same. All Might stood nearby, arms crossed, smiling proudly in his thin form. You did it, he said. Izuku nodded. Yes, he replied softly. I did. But in his mind, another voice whispered. I already did this once. Chapter 9. The test you were never meant to pass. Izuku Midoriya knew this classroom. Not just the walls or the desks, but the moment. He remembered sitting here once, shoulders tight, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Back then, he had felt like a mistake waiting to be discovered. Now, as he took his seat, his posture was relaxed. Not arrogant. Just grounded. He glanced to his left. Katsuki Bakugo had already claimed a seat near the back, feet kicked out casually, arms folded behind his head. Their eyes met. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Don't slack off already, Deku. Izuku smiled faintly. Wouldn't dream of it. No venom. No fear. Just familiarity. Voices buzzed around the room. Ochako waved from 2 rows ahead. Ida adjusted his glasses with sharp precision. Todoroki stared out the window, distant. A sleeping bag lay at the front of the classroom. Izuku's gaze shifted instantly. Here we go. The zipper opened. Aizawa Shoyuda emerged, hair wild, eyes tired. I'm Aizawa. Your homeroom teacher. Silence followed. I took my time, he said flatly. Because that's what schools do. It's irrational. Bakugo snorted quietly. Izuku resisted the urge to chuckle. Aizawa continued, unimpressed. You passed the entrance exam. That doesn't mean anything. His gaze swept the class. If you think this place exists to nurture dreams, you're wrong. Put on your gym clothes, Aizawa continued. We're heading outside. Groans erupted. Bakugo cracked his neck. Finally. Izuku felt the same quiet anticipation. The training field stretched wide beneath the sky. Aizawa addressed them with blunt indifference. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. Murmurs spread. Highest to lowest. The one at the bottom. He paused. Will be expelled. Shock hit the room. Someone shouted. Bakugo leaned forward, eyes sharp, not angry, but alert. Izuku noticed. You're listening, he thought. The class assembled on the field. Aizawa explained the first test. Bakugo stepped up early, explosions propelling him forward. Izuku watched with a small smile. You always go first. Bakugo crossed the line and glanced back. Beat that. Izuku stepped up. Don't race him, he reminded himself. Run your race. The whistle blew. Izuku ran, reinforced legs, measured output. Controlled. Sprint. Izuku finished near the top, Bakugo just ahead. Grip strength. Both shattered expectations. Standing long jump. Bakugo's explosions were tighter, Izuku's landings were flawless. They weren't competing recklessly. They were measuring each other. And adjusting. Bakugo clicked his tongue again, but there was a grin there this time. Aizawa watched them closely. Their rivalry was clear, but not toxic. They weren't trying to crush each other. They were sharpening one another. His eyes lingered on Midoriya. That one's holding back, he thought. These two aren't just strong. They're disciplined. That worried him more than raw power ever could. Bakugo stepped into the throwing circle when his turn came. He inhaled once, slow, controlled. Izuku noticed immediately. He's regulating output. Bakugo hurled the ball, detonating a precise explosion behind it. Not wild. Not wasteful. The blast was angled, focused, maximizing propulsion without destabilizing his stance. 812.4 meters, Aizawa announced. The field erupted in murmurs. Bakugo didn't grin wildly. He simply glanced at Izuku, eyes burning. Beat that? Aizawa's gaze lingered. Interesting. Izuku stepped forward. He rolled his shoulder once, breathing evenly. 17%, he decided. Focused. He activated one for all in a sharp, contained burst. The air cracked. The ball vanished into the sky. Izuku released the power instantly, body absorbing the recoil without strain. 800.6 meters. Silence. Bakugo barked a laugh. You're still holding back. Izuku smiled. So are you. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. 17%, he realized. And no backlash. The class gathered. Aizawa announced there would be no expulsion. Relief washed over the group. Bakugo exhaled slowly. He muttered. Figures. Izuku leaned slightly toward him. You weren't worried, were you? Bakugo smirked. Please. If anyone was getting cut, it wasn't you. Izuku blinked, then smiled. In the locker room as they changed back into uniforms, Bakugo spoke quietly. You're already pushing past 15. Izuku nodded. Short bursts only. Bakugo smirked. That means I don't have to carry you. Izuku chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it. Uchako rushed over. You two were amazing, she said. You looked like you'd been training together forever. Bakugo scoffed. Don't lump me in. Izuku shrugged. We kind of have. Ida bowed. Your dynamic is impressive. A healthy rivalry. Bakugo looked away. Whatever. But he didn't deny it. That night, Izuku stared at the ceiling. The tests had gone as expected. The fear had come, and passed. What surprised him was Bakugo. We're walking this together now, Izuku realized. Not side by side. But forward. And that was enough. Chapter 10, Bakugo vs. The classroom buzzed with anticipation. Desks scraped softly as students leaned forward, whispering guesses about what awaited them next. The tension left over from Aizawa's test hadn't faded. It had simply transformed, sharpening into expectation. Izuku Midoriya sat quietly, notebook open. Battle trial, he thought. His pen hovered over the page, though he didn't write. This is where everything almost broke between us. He glanced sideways. Bakugo sat 2 rows away, arms crossed, gaze fixed forward. His expression wasn't hostile, just focused, like a coiled spring waiting for release. Their eyes met briefly. Bakugo smirked. Try not to embarrass yourself. Izuku smiled back. Same to you. The door slammed open. All Might entered in full hero form, grinning brightly. Good morning, my young heroes. The class erupted. Izuku felt a familiar warmth in his chest, but also something steadier. Pride, mixed with responsibility. All Might continued, booming with enthusiasm. Today, you will participate in a battle trial. Heroes versus villains. A chance to experience combat training in a controlled environment. He explained the rules exactly as Izuku remembered. The training building loomed like a concrete labyrinth. Class 1A stood assembled at its base, eyes fixed upward as All Might's booming voice echoed through the structure. This will be your first real combat exercise. Izuku Midoriya listened carefully, hands relaxed at his sides. Across from him, Bakugo Katsuki cracked his knuckles slowly, not out of impatience, but focus. His explosions no longer sparked randomly along his palms. They pulsed, measured, waiting. All Might's gaze flicked between them as he explained the exercise. Teams of 2. 1 hero team. 1 villain. Objective-based victory. As All Might began drawing lots, Izuku's heart beat a little faster. I know what's coming. All right. All Might announced. Team A. Heroes, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Achiko. Izuku nodded once. Achiko glanced at him and beamed, let's do our best. Team B, Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya, villains. The room reacted instantly. What? Ida exclaimed, flustered. Bakugo's grin widened. Figures. Izuku exhaled slowly. We'll be okay, Izuku said quietly. Trust me. Uraraka swallowed, then nodded. Bakugo met his gaze across the room. Don't hold back, Bakugo said. Izuku nodded. I won't. Victory conditions, All Might continued. Heroes win by capturing the villains or touching the bomb. Villains win by stopping them. Bakugo's eyes locked onto Izuku. I don't care about the bomb, that look said. I'm stopping you. Izuku met his gaze calmly. I know. Inside the mock building, the villain team prepared. Ida stood stiffly, adjusting his glasses. Bakugo, our objective is to protect the bomb. We must. Yeah, Bakugo interrupted. I know. He glanced toward the hallway. Midoriya would come. He always did. But this time, Bakugo felt it. You're not chasing me anymore, he realized. You're running beside me. And that annoyed him more than anything. Izuku and Ochako crouched outside the building. Ochako whispered, Bakugo's really strong. Are you sure this is okay? Izuku nodded. It is, he said gently. Trust me. He took a breath. Last time I tried to prove myself, he thought. This time I'll just do the job. The buzzer sounded. Bakugo moved instantly. Not forward, A controlled blast launched him to the ceiling, where he rebounded, using minimal force to redirect his momentum. His movements were sharper than Izuku remembered. No wasted explosions, no drifting. He's using bursts like footwork, Izuku realized. Ida charged down the hallway, engines roaring, playing the role perfectly. Izuku exhaled. 17%, he decided. His muscles tightened, not explosively, but cohesively. Bakugo found him before Izuku found the bomb. A blast detonated at Izuku's flank, not to hit, but to herd him into a narrower corridor. Izuku skidded, boots scraping concrete, then pushed off the wall, launching himself forward with reinforced speed. Bakugo met him midair. Explosion against impact. The shockwave rattled the building. Izuku landed first, knees bending smoothly. Bakugo twisted, landing in a crouch, palms smoking faintly. "You're faster," Bakugo said, eyes alight. "Good." Izuku smiled. "You're not wasting movement anymore." Bakugo barked a laugh. "Learned from watching you." They collided again. Izuku surged forward, fist glowing faintly with one for all, stopping just short of a direct hit, redirecting instead, slamming Bakugo into a wall with controlled force. Bakugo detonated sideways, using the impact to fuel a counterattack. Explosions weren't attacks anymore. They were vectors. Bakugo zigzagged through the air, compressing blasts into tight bursts that shifted his angle unpredictably. Izuku adjusted, using short bursts of speed to keep up, feet cracking the floor but never breaking it. He's thinking 3 moves ahead, Izuku realized. Bakugo grinds. From the control room, Aizawa frowned. "They're not sparring," he muttered. All Might clasped his hands together, nervous and proud all at once. Elsewhere, Ochako floated debris toward Ida, using her quirk cleverly. Ida hesitated. Villain, he reminded himself. But his instincts screamed rescue, which Ochako took advantage of. To neutralize Ida with clever use of gravity. The bomb was exposed. However, she was in a stalemate with Lida to get to the bomb. Ochiko's voice crackled through Izuku's. "Communicator. Deku, I can't get past Ida." Izuku disengaged instantly. Bakugo saw it. "You're running," he snapped. Izuku met his eyes mid-sprint. "I'm choosing." Bakugo snarled and chased. Izuku burst down the corridor, speed peaking at 17%, heart steady, movements clean. Bakugo followed, explosions thundering behind him, closing distance rapidly. I could fight him, Izuku thought. I might even win. He saw the bomb room ahead. But that's not the point. Bakugo launched one final blast, all momentum, all intent. Izuku slid under it, pivoted, and touched the bomb. The buzzer sounded. Heroes win. All Might clapped enthusiastically. "Excellent work." Bakugo slammed into the wall beside Izuku, breathing hard, eyes blazing. "UBSTRD," he said. "You chose the easy way." Izuku shook his head gently. "I chose the right one." Bakugo stared at him, then at the bomb, then burst out laughing. "Teeth, guess you got me." Izuku offered a hand. Bakugo hesitated, then took it. "Next time," Bakugo said, standing, "I win." Izuku nodded. "I'll be ready." From above, All Might watched the two boys. Noticing what hadn't happened. No recklessness. No self-destruction. No hatred. The future truly changed, he thought. Later, as the class regrouped, Ochako smiled at Izuku. "You weren't scared at all." Izuku shook his head. "I was," he said. "Just not alone." Bakugo scoffed lightly. "Don't get used to it." But he didn't walk away. All Might addressed the class. "This exercise was not about power," he said. "It was about judgment." His eyes lingered on Izuku and Bakugo. "And some of you," he added softly, "are learning that lesson faster than expected." Chapter 11. The Day the Future Fought Back. The bus ride was louder than Izuku remembered. Laughter bounced between the seats, conversations overlapping in nervous excitement. For many of his classmates, this was their first official outing as heroes in training, something closer to a field trip than a lesson. Izuku Midoriya sat near the back, eyes on the window. The city passed by in a blur of concrete and glass, but his thoughts were elsewhere, on timelines, on moments that could fracture everything if mishandled. He thought, this is where things stop being theoretical. Across the aisle, Bakugo leaned forward, elbows on his knees, gaze sharp. He wasn't joking with Kirishima or scoffing loudly like he sometimes did. His posture was alert, coiled like a spring. Izuku noticed. He feels it too. All Might will meet us there. Present Mic announced from the front of the bus. A cheer went up. Izuku's fingers tightened slightly on his backpack strap. No, he thought. He won't. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Late already, he muttered. Figures. Izuku glanced at him. Stay sharp. Bakugo didn't argue. The USJ dome rose from the ground like a steel horizon, its massive interior hidden behind reinforced walls. Inside, artificial disaster zones sprawled in controlled chaos. Shipwrecks, collapsed buildings, raging waters. Aizawa addressed the class once they assembled. "This facility exists to simulate emergencies," he said. "You'll practice rescue, not combat." Izuku's heart beat steadily. That's the lie, he thought. This place will test everything. All might was absent, Deku noted. His stomach tightened. Same as before. The air twisted. Izuku felt it instantly, like pressure equalizing where it shouldn't. "Everyone, stay close," Aizawa started. Then the ground vanished. Happened instantly, like reality folding in on itself. Izuku's breath caught. A purple mist spiraled into existence, swallowing the central plaza. Bakugo's hands snapped open, explosions primed. "Aizawa!" someone shouted. Then they were falling. Izuku landed hard, rolling instinctively, absorbing impact with practiced ease. He came up on one knee, eyes scanning. Water. Debris. The smell of salt. Flood zone he identified immediately. Tsuyu Azui surfaced nearby, croaking softly. Mineta clung to her head, shrieking. "Midoriya!" Tsuyu called. "Villains incoming!" Izuku nodded once. Same opening, he thought. But we move faster. Bakugo slammed into concrete, skidding before detonating a blast to right himself. He rose instantly. Villains surrounded him, dozens. Bakugo grinned. Good. He blasted villains away with power, but something was different. He wasn't chasing victory. He was clearing space. Deku would hate this mess, he thought, grinding his teeth. He moved like a missile, controlled explosions launching him through the group, disabling opponents with precision rather than brute force. Don't get surrounded, he reminded himself, recalling All Might's advice. Control space. And he did. Back in the flood zone, Izuku moved decisively. "Tsu," he said calmly, "I'll draw them off. Get Mineta to higher ground." She nodded immediately. Villains advanced, laughing. Izuku assessed them. Not top tier. Distract, disable, retreat. He activated one for all, low output, reinforcing his legs and core. He moved. Efficient. No wasted motion. He knocked one villain unconscious with a precise strike, disarmed another, and kicked debris to create space. Tsuyu moved exactly when he told her to. They escaped onto the water. Mineta followed, terrified but intact. This went worse last time, Izuku thought grimly. Throughout the USJ, students fought back. Smarter. Harder. Bakugo regrouped with Kirishima, their movements synchronized in a way Izuku hadn't seen before. "They're organized," Bakugo muttered. "Almost like they trained for this." "Doesn't matter," Kirishima replied. "We hit harder." Bakugo smirked. "DMN right." As villains began to fall, Shigaraki's irritation grew. "This wasn't supposed to stall," he hissed. Kurogiri leaned close. "The students are stronger than anticipated." Shigaraki's gaze flicked toward Izuku across the battlefield. Especially that one. Izuku felt it. That cold attention. He looked up and met Shigaraki's gaze. The villain smiled. Izuku did not. This is where the future diverges, he thought. And somewhere, deep beneath the chaos, something terrible was waking. At the central plaza, Aizawa fought alone. Aizawa moved like a phantom, binding villains, erasing quirks, dropping bodies. But the numbers kept coming. The ground shook. A monstrous shape emerged near the entrance. Muscle. Power. Purpose. Izuku's blood ran cold. That's earlier than I expected. Izuku felt it even from afar. Nomu, he realized grimly. Aizawa engaged. Something was wrong. Izuku clenched his jaw. Aizawa gets hurt here, he remembered. Badly. His gaze lifted toward the central plaza. I can't be everywhere. Izuku led Tsuyu and Mineta back to center. Soon, others emerged. Bakugo and Kirishima landed nearby, smoke curling from his palms. Their eyes met. Bakugo took one look at Izuku, uninjured, calm, and nodded. No words. Just understanding. A scream echoed. Aizawa went down. Izuku's chest tightened. Not again. Villains cheered. Shigaraki stepped forward, scratching his neck. Heroes sure fall apart fast, he muttered. Izuku clenched his fists. This is where I waited before. This is where I hesitated. Not this time. Bakugo stepped forward beside him. He muttered. You thinking what I'm thinking? Izuku nodded. Delay, he said. Protect the others. Bakugo grinned. My specialty. They moved together. Bakugo blasted debris, forcing villains back. Izuku redirected attacks, countering with minimal force. They didn't charge Shigaraki. They controlled the field. For the first time, the villains stalled. Wind tore through the plaza. I am here. All Might's voice thundered through the dome. For a moment, hope exploded across the battlefield. Villains panicked. Students gasped. Izuku felt his chest loosen. Just like before. But this time, he watched closely. Chapter 12, Cracks in the Symbol. All Might charged the Nomu without hesitation. The first punch didn't sound like thunder. It sounded like the world cracking. All Might's fist collided with Nomu's chest, the shockwave ripping outward through the central plaza. Concrete shattered, windows burst, and the air itself seemed to recoil from the impact. Nomu didn't move. Its feet carved trenches into the ground, but its torso remained upright, head tilting slightly as if confused. All Might's smile didn't falter. But something inside him did. It absorbed that, he realized. No, nullified it. Again and again, All Might struck, each blow powerful enough to level buildings. The Nomu regenerated. Adapted. Absorbed. Nomu struck back. Its arm moved faster than its size should allow, slamming into All Might's side and launching him through a concrete pillar. The structure collapsed behind him in a cloud of dust. Shigaraki laughed. Designed to kill you, he said casually. Shock absorption. Super regeneration. Strength comparable to yours. All Might rose slowly from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I see, he said, voice steady. Inside, panic flickered. I can't outlast it. All Might charged again. Punch after punch landed, clean, devastating blows that would have ended any other fight instantly. Nomu's body twisted unnaturally, absorbing force, regenerating torn flesh as fast as it was destroyed. Each strike cost All Might more time. His hero form flickered. Not yet, he thought. Not in front of them. Izuku felt the shift. The weight. The wrongness. He's being pushed to his limit already, Izuku realized. Earlier than before. He didn't wait. Everyone in my zone is clear, Tsuyu said breathlessly. Izuku nodded. Stay put. Reinforcements are coming. He turned and ran. Bakugo saw Izuku move and didn't hesitate. Oi, he snapped to Kirishima. Back him up. Explosions carried him across collapsed terrain, each blast precise, conserving stamina. His jaw was set, not furious but focused. If that thing breaks All Might, he thought, everything breaks. Nomu caught All Might mid-swing. Its fingers dug into his arm, crushing concrete beneath its grip. All Might grunted. Time bled away. One more big push, he thought. I can finish this. He twisted free, winding back for a full-force smash. And felt it. The drop. His time limit collapsed like glass. Steam erupted from his body. Shigaraki's smile widened. There it is. Deku arrived in a blur of motion. 17%, steady, sustained. He landed between All Might and Nomu, shockwave rippling outward as his feet struck the ground. All Might, Izuku said quietly, not taking his eyes off the monster. I'll buy you time. All Might's eyes widened. Young Midoriya. Nomu attacked. Izuku moved. Not to overpower, but to redirect. He struck joints, tendons, pressure points he remembered mattered. Each blow was controlled, sharp, designed to disrupt rather than destroy. Nomu staggered. Just for a second. It was enough. Bakugo came in from above. A focused blast detonated against Nomu's head, not wild, not furious, but precise enough to snap its attention upward. Don't ignore us. Bakugo snarled. Nomu roared. Aizawa, bleeding, battered, but conscious, forced his eyes open. Idiots, he muttered. Brave idiots! Izuku shouted without looking back. It regenerates faster when it absorbs impact. We overload it directionally. Bakugo understood instantly. Compression bursts, he said. Keep it moving. They attacked in tandem, Izuku striking to destabilize, Bakugo blasting to reposition. Nomu's regeneration lagged, just barely, forced to compensate for conflicting vectors. All Might watched. They're fighting like pros. The sound of sirens echoed outside the dome. Heroes were coming. All Might inhaled deeply. This is it. He surged forward, muscles screaming, body burning away the last of his borrowed time. Plus, Ultra. He grabbed Nomu, spinning with everything he had left, channeling the monster's own momentum upward, and hurled it skyward. A final smash sent Nomu rocketing beyond the USJ dome, crashing miles away. Silence followed. All Might landed heavily. His form collapsed. Izuku caught him before he hit the ground. For a moment, there was no symbol of peace. Just a man. You did well, All Might whispered. Izuku swallowed. You're still here. Shigaraki retreated, fury etched into his face. This isn't over, he hissed as Kurogyri warped them away. Sirens grew louder. Teachers arrived. Students slumped in exhaustion. Bakugo stared at his hands, shaking slightly, not from fear, but adrenaline. We held them off, he said quietly. Izuku nodded. Then Bakugo added. He almost lost, Bakugo said. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Neither of them smiled. Last time he thought, this ended in despair. He glanced at Bakugo, at All Might, at his classmates, hurt, shaken, but alive. This time, we change something. The future is watching us now. Chapter 13, The World Takes Notice. The unforeseen simulation joint did not return to silence quickly. Sirens wailed long after the villains were gone. Police lights washed the concrete in red and blue, and the cavernous dome echoed with the sounds of boots, radios, and hurried commands. Pro-heroes moved with grim efficiency, securing the area, skirting students, documenting damage. Class 1A sat together near the entrance, wrapped in emergency blankets. No one spoke much. Izuku Midoriya rested his elbows on his knees, fingers interlaced, breathing slow and controlled. His body ached in the deep, dull way that came from restraint rather than overuse. He had pushed one for all harder than ever before, sustained, deliberate, measured. And it had held. That alone changes everything, he thought. The news vans arrived before the sun had fully set. Red and blue lights painted the outer walls of the unforeseen simulation joint as reporters shouted questions into the chaos. Helicopters hovered overhead, cameras trained on the dome like vultures sensing a story. Inside, Class 1A sat in a temporary medical area, wrapped in blankets, wounds cleaned, adrenaline finally draining away. Izuku Midoriya stared at his hands. They weren't shaking. That scared him more than if they had been. Aizawa lay on a nearby gurney, wrapped in bandages, his face pale but breathing steady. Recovery girl moved between students, checking injuries and offering clipped reassurances. You're lucky, she muttered more than once. Very lucky. Bakugo sat across from Izuku, elbows on his knees, gaze fixed on the floor. He muttered. Villains attacking a school. What kind of joke is that? Izuku didn't answer. It's not a joke, he thought. It's the beginning. Aizawa was wheeled away, unconscious. Present Mike shouted at reporters to back off. Students whispered among themselves, fear finally finding words. Are we really safe here? What if they come back? Izuku listened, silent. You're all asking the right questions, he thought grimly. All Might sat alone a short distance away, wrapped in a blanket of his own. He remained in his thin form, head bowed, steam long since faded. Recovery girl had already warned him. Any more than that, she'd said, and you won't stand up again. Izuku approached quietly. All Might, he said. The man looked up, eyes tired but warm. Young Midoriya. I'm sorry, Izuku said softly. I stepped in. All Might shook his head. You did exactly what a hero should. He hesitated, then added in a lower voice, And more than I expected. Izuku met his gaze. You handled yourself well, All Might said. Izuku nodded. You were pushed harder than before. All Might stiffened. You noticed. Izuku hesitated. I don't think they were testing Nomu, he said carefully. I think they were testing you. All Might looked away. That may be true. For a moment, the symbol of peace looked very human. They saw me fight. They saw my limits, and yours. All Might appeared later, in his thin form. Most of the students didn't recognize him at first. Izuku did. Immediately. Their eyes met. All Might looked tired. Not physically. Something deeper. He approached the class, posture rigid. I apologize, he said quietly, for failing to protect you all completely. The room went silent. Bakugo's head snapped up. You didn't fail, Bakugo said sharply. You beat that thing. All Might smiled weakly. Thank you. But Izuku saw it. Classes were suspended for several days. Students returned to their homes. Izuku stepped into his apartment, greeted immediately by his mother's tearful embrace. Izuku! Inko cried. I saw the news. I'm okay, he said gently. I promise. That night, Izuku lay in his familiar bed, staring at the ceiling. I survived this before, he thought. But this time he remembered what came next. His phone buzzed. Bakugo's name flashed on the screen. You knew, Bakugo said without greeting. Izuku didn't deny it. Some of it. There was silence. Then next time, Bakugo said, voice low, don't handle it alone. Izuku closed his. I won't. Elsewhere, in a darkened room, Shigaraki stared at footage replaying Izuku's movements at USJ. That kid, he muttered, scratching his neck. He interfered. Kurogiri spoke carefully. The timeline may be unstable. Shigaraki smiled thinly. Then we'll break it harder. The next morning, the news exploded. Villains attack UA students. All Might engages unknown B-weapon. Hero students fight back. Izuku watched the broadcast from his living room, his mother seated beside him, hands clenched tightly in her lap. They shouldn't show children like that, Inko whispered, eyes shining with tears. Izuku gently squeezed her hand. I'm okay, Mom. She looked at him, really looked at him. You've grown, she said quietly. Izuku smiled faintly. I had good teachers. Classes were then resumed. The halls felt different now. Whispers followed Class 1A wherever they went. Other students stared openly, some in awe, some in fear. They're the ones from the attack. They fought villains. Did you see that green-haired kid? Bakugo walked with his chin up, unfazed. Let them stare, he muttered. Means they know. Izuku nodded. The curtain's been pulled back, he thought. There's no hiding anymore. Aizawa returned to class days later, leaning on a cane. You've been noticed, he said bluntly. By villains. By heroes. By the public. The room was silent. This means two things, Aizawa continued. 1. Your training will intensify. 2. Mistakes will cost more. His eyes lingered briefly on Izuku and Bakugo. Especially for some of you. That afternoon, Bakugo stopped Izuku outside the school gates. You didn't hesitate, Bakugo said. Izuku blinked. About what? Jumping in, Bakugo replied. Against that thing. Izuku chose his words carefully. Neither did you. Bakugo huffed. Yeah. There was a pause. Next time, Bakugo added, don't do it alone. Izuku smiled. I won't. All Might stood before the class later that week, smile wide, voice booming. To reaffirm trust in UA High, he announced, we will hold the UA Sports Festival. Gasps erupted. Cheers followed. Izuku felt his stomach tighten. The stage is coming early, he thought. And the world will be watching. That night, Izuku stood on his balcony, city lights glowing below. The sports festival, he thought. This is where they start paying attention to me. He clenched his fist, not in fear, but determination. Because this time, he was ready to be seen. Ready to tell the world that, I'm here. Chapter 14. Under the Eyes of the World. No one knew. Not Aizawa. Not Bakugo. Not even All Might, at least not the full extent. Late at night, when muscles screamed and the world slept, Izuku trained something else. Black tendrils flickered in the darkness, unstable, incomplete, snapping back into nothing before they could fully form. Not yet, Izuku whispered, sweat dripping from his chin. Higher above, weightless for the briefest moment, he learned how it felt not to fall. Float answered him like a held breath. Later he told it, when it won't cost us everything. If All for One was watching, Izuku would give him nothing. All Might's voice thundered through the stadium. This is the UA Sports Festival. The crowd erupted again. Izuku glanced sideways at Bakugo, who stood with arms crossed, eyes blazing with anticipation. Not rage, hunger. You nervous? Bakugo muttered. Izuku smiled faintly. Excited. Bakugo snorted. Good. A few steps away, Todoroki Shodo stood in silence, mismatched eyes fixed on the arena floor. Calculating. He's already here, Izuku thought. Even earlier than before. The future was tightening. All eyes are upon you. All Might boomed from the announcer's platform, larger-than-life smile blazing. The UA Sports Festival is the stage where heroes are born. The crowd erupted. Izuku felt it then, the invisible weight pressing down on him. The same moment, he thought. When everything started to change. He glanced sideways. Bakugo stood with arms crossed, posture relaxed but coiled, explosions popping faintly from his palms like restrained thunder. Todoroki stood motionless, mismatched eyes forward, expression unreadable. They're stronger, Izuku noted. Earlier than before. The future wasn't waiting. It was moving. As the race is about to begin. To his left, Bakugo cracked his neck, palms popping with restrained micro-explosions. His stance was loose, confident, but coiled like a predator ready to launch. To his right, Todoroki stood still, frost creeping outward from his boots, his breath steady, eyes unreadable. Izuku felt it clearly. We're racing the course, he thought. But we're really racing each other. Cannons fired. Students exploded forward in a chaotic surge. Robots emerged. As his boots touched the arena floor, Izuku subtly shifted his breathing. Slow inhale, measured exhale. One for All responded instantly, energy flowing through muscles already conditioned to receive it. 20%. Not a spike. Not a gamble. Constant. His bones didn't scream. His joints didn't protest. Instead, his body hummed, perfectly aligned with the power running through it. This is what it was supposed to feel like, he realized. Years of early training. Dagobah Beach finished months ahead of schedule. Controlled sparring with Bakugo. Constant micro-adjustments instead of reckless leaps. This wasn't brute force. This was foundation. Izuku didn't sprint immediately. He let the initial chaos unfold, eyes tracking movement, reading trajectories. Then he moved, 20% carrying him forward in long, efficient strides. Bakugo exploded upward instantly, clearing bodies and debris alike, using controlled blasts to stay airborne without wasting altitude. Todoroki froze the ground ahead of him, creating a stable path through the crowd and sliding forward with frightening efficiency. Already diverging, Izuku noted. 3 approaches. Same goal. The mechanical giants rose from the field, gears screaming as massive arms swept outward. Students scattered. Izuku accelerated. Instead of dodging blindly, he targeted weak points, leaping off a robot's knee joint, pivoting midair to redirect momentum. He landed atop its shoulder, vaulted again, and hit the ground running. Bakugo blasted straight through the airspace above, detonations angled backward to propel him forward without slowing. Todoroki didn't slow at all. Ice surged upward, locking a robot's legs in place, creating a ramp he sprinted across. They were no longer just ahead of the pack. They were ahead of each other, by inches. The terrain shifted. Pressure plates activated in a deadly mosaic. Izuku slowed slightly, not from fear, but calculation. He watched how Bakugo triggered explosions intentionally, using them to launch himself forward, and how Todoroki froze entire sections to create safe zones. Then I can't rely on the ground at all, Izuku thought. He ran. 20% let him change direction instantly, leaping from plate to plate, touching down only where necessary, momentum never fully stopping. He adjusted mid-step when explosions rocked the field nearby, rolling through shockwaves instead of resisting them. Bakugo overshot once, correcting with a sharp blast. Todoroki hesitated for a fraction of a second, calculating. Izuku pulled even. The final robot emerged with a thunderous roar. Students panicked. Izuku didn't. Neither did Bakugo. Neither did Todoroki. Bakugo angled upward, preparing to launch past it entirely. Todoroki raised his right hand, ice already forming. Izuku saw the opening. This is where timing matters. He sprinted directly toward the zero-pointer, jumped at the last possible second, and used the robot's massive forearm as a launch surface, twisting midair to redirect forward momentum. For a split second, all three were airborne. Bakugo blasted ahead. Todoroki surged forward on a wave of ice. Izuku landed and crossed the finish line first by less than a second. The crowd erupted. Izuku bent forward, hands on his knees, breathing controlled but heavy. That wasn't easy, he admitted. Bakugo landed moments later, grinning fiercely. You timed that. Todoroki arrived next, eyes narrowed, not angry, but thoughtful. You waited, he said. You didn't force it. Izuku met his gaze. You both made it impossible to rush. For a moment, none of them spoke. 3 competitors. 3 evolving paths. High above, unseen eyes replayed the footage. The timing. The restraint. The coordination. This wasn't supposed to converge yet, the voice murmured. But it has. That was appealing. Izuku flinched as a girl with wild pink hair grabbed his sleeve, goggles pushed up onto her forehead. Hatsune, she said, grinning. Support course. Did you feel that recoil when you launched off the robot? That's a structural flaw. I can make you something that. She pulled out a notebook filled with manic sketches. Enhances mid-air vector adjustment by 30%. Izuku blinked. I'll think about it. She beamed. I'll find you later. And she was gone. Yep, Izuku thought. That's her. High above, unseen eyes replayed the footage. The timing. The restraint. The coordination. This wasn't supposed to converge yet, the voice murmured. But it has. As the results were announced and the arena began to reconfigure for the next event, Izuku straightened. He had won. But not comfortably. Not uncontested. Good, he thought. Because Bakugo was adapting. Todoroki was watching. And the future was starting to fight back. The roar of the crowd slowly settled into an anticipatory buzz as the obstacle course battlefield lowered back into the stadium floor. Workers moved quickly along the edges, clearing debris while massive screens replayed the final seconds of the race from multiple angles. At the center of the arena, a tall figure stepped forward. Midnight. Clad in her signature hero costume, WHP coiled loosely at her side, she raised one hand, and the stadium lights subtly shifted, focusing attention on her alone. Well now, she purred into her microphone, her voice carrying effortlessly across the arena. Wasn't that thrilling? The crowd responded instantly. Cheers. Whistles. Applause. Midnight smiled knowingly before continuing. But don't catch your breath just yet, my lovely students, because we're moving right along to round 2 of the UA Sports Festival. The screens behind her flared to life. The second event, Midnight announced, is a cavalry battle. A holographic display appeared behind her, 4 figures arranged in a familiar formation. Teams of 2 to 4 students will be allowed. 1 student will act as the rider, while the rest serve as the cavalry. Izuku straightened slightly. Just like before, he thought. Midnight snapped her W lightly against the ground, the sound echoing. Each team will begin the match wearing a headband that represents their total point value. The screen shifted again. Numbers appeared. Point values are based on your placement in the obstacle race, Midnight explained. Students who placed lower will begin with smaller point totals. The list scrolled quickly. Murmurs rippled through the stands. Third place and below, standard values. She paused deliberately. Second place, 10,000 points. The crowd cheered loudly. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Figures. Midnight raised one finger. And first place. The stadium seemed to hold its breath. 100,000 points. For half a second, there was silence. The stadium exploded. Izuku felt the sound hit him like a physical force. 100,000. Not just a prize. A beacon. Every eye in the arena snapped toward him. Cameras zoomed in instantly, his face filling the massive screens overhead. That's higher than before, he realized calmly. Bakugo barked out a sharp laugh. You've got to be kidding me. Todoroki's mismatched eyes narrowed slightly, not shocked, but calculating. That changes everything, he said quietly. Midnight smiled knowingly. Yes, it does. She leaned forward slightly, voice dropping into something sharper. That means whoever captures Midoriya Izuku's headband will almost certainly advance to the final round. Izuku exhaled slowly. I'm not just a target. I'm the battlefield. Midnight raised two fingers. You will now have 10 minutes to form your teams. A massive countdown appeared above the arena. 10 o'clock. Once the timer reaches 0, Midnight continued, the cavalry battle will begin. Your objective is simple, steal headbands and defend your own. Her eyes flicked directly to Izuku. And remember, only the top 4 teams will advance. The implications hit immediately. This wasn't about winning. It was about survival. Students erupted into motion. Some immediately began scanning the field, searching for allies, forming temporary truces. Others stared openly at Izuku, weighing risk versus reward. Bakugo stepped closer, grin sharp and dangerous. Looks like the whole DMN school's coming for you. Izuku nodded once. Good, he said quietly. Todoroki spoke next, voice low but firm. If you want to keep that headband, he said, you'll need a team that can withstand everyone else. Izuku met his gaze. I already know. As the countdown continued and teams began to form, Izuku rolled his shoulders, one for all steady at 20%. This round will expose everything, he thought. Not his power, but his resolve. And somewhere in the noise and chaos, the future leaned in, waiting to see if he would break. Chapter 15. A Battlefield of Alliances. The countdown clock glowed high above the stadium. 4:32. Izuku Midoriya stood still amid the chaos of shouting students and frantic negotiations, eyes scanning the field, not for allies, but for patterns. Everyone is thinking the same thing, he realized. How to take me down. 100,000 points was not an advantage. It was a declaration of war. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see Achiko Uraraka pushing through the crowd, determination written across her face. I want in, she said. You're going to need someone who can control space. Behind her, Tokoyami approached silently, dark shadow looming but restrained. Shoji followed, calm and observant. Izuku nodded once. This won't be about defending forever, he said quickly. They'll overwhelm us if we try. We need controlled movement and selective engagement. Tokoyami tilted his head. You intend to move through the battlefield? Yes, Izuku replied. Not dominate it. Shoji crouched. I'll handle detection and defense. Uraraka smiled. Then I'll make sure we don't stay grounded. The clock ticked down. 0:10. They took formation. Izuku climbed onto Shoji's shoulders, Tokoyami and Uraraka flanking. All right, Izuku thought. Let's survive. Across the arena, Bakugo Katsuki grinned like a man stepping onto his favorite battlefield. Kirishima cracked his knuckles beneath him, solid as a fortress. Kaminari bounced on his heels, electricity already crackling. Siro flexed his tape dispensers. Bakugo didn't waste words. We hit hard, hit fast, he said. No chasing scraps. We go straight for Midoriya. Kirishima laughed. Man, I was hoping you'd say that. Bakugo's grin sharpened. This time, he muttered, I don't miss. Todoroki Shoto's team was quieter. Yaoyorozu adjusted her gloves, already calculating resources. Ida stood rigid beneath Todoroki, posture perfect. Hananuki rounded out the formation, hand pressed to the ground. This battlefield will collapse into chaos, Todoroki said evenly. We don't chase chaos. We control it. Ida nodded sharply. Speed and precision. Yaoyorozu exhaled. I'll supply restraint tools. Todoroki's mismatched eyes narrowed. And if Midoriya comes to us, he added, we end it cleanly. Bakugo's team crashed through the battlefield like a missile. They stole headbands ruthlessly, Kirishima tanking hits while Shiro restrained enemies midair. Ice exploded upward. Todoroki's team cut off Bakugo's advance with a massive frozen barrier, forcing a redirect. Tihih. Bakugo snarled. You blocking me now, icy thought? Todoroki didn't respond. He didn't need to. Yaoyorozu launched binding cables. Ida accelerated forward, aiming not for Bakugo, but his support. Bakugo blasted upward, barely keeping his headband intact. He's not trying to beat me, Bakugo realized. He's trying to outlast everyone. Izuku's team weaved through collapsing terrain, never stopping, never committing too long to one fight. Shoji's extra eyes tracked incoming threats. Tokoyami intercepted attackers with precise, controlled strikes. Uraraka adjusted gravity constantly, allowing sudden shifts in direction. Izuku stayed focused. 20% sustained. This isn't about power, he thought. It's about timing. Bakugo surged toward them again. Izuku met his eyes across the chaos. They both smiled. Then Todoroki froze the ground between them. The battlefield twisted again. The clock blared. 0:58. Everything collapsed into desperation. Teams swarmed the top contenders. Bakugo lost a minor headband, but kept his core points. Todoroki nearly lost his rider position before Ida recovered with a burst of speed. Izuku's headband fluttered dangerously as three teams lunged at once. Now! Izuku shouted. Uraraka released gravity. Shoji leapt. Dark Shadow roared. They broke free. Barely. The sound cut through the chaos like a blade. Silence followed. Screens flashed results. Top 4 teams. Midoriya. Bakugo. Todoroki. One unexpected underdog. The crowd erupted. Izuku exhaled deeply, shoulders finally relaxing. Bakugo laughed. That was hell. Todoroki nodded once. Acceptable. Izuku smiled. No one dominated, he thought. And that's exactly why we're all still standing. This shouldn't be possible, the voice whispered. 3 pillars. Not one. And the future was beginning to crack. The stadium remained unnaturally loud even after the final horn sounded. Screens flickered overhead, cycling through replay footage, explosions, ice walls, bodies colliding midair, headbands ripped away at the last second. Then, gradually, the images faded to black. A single word appeared. Midnight stepped forward once more, W coiled loosely at her side, eyes gleaming as the crowd leaned in. Well now, she said, dragging out the moment. What a battle that was. She snapped her fingers. The screen split into 4 columns. Team Midoriya, 120,300 points. Midoriya Izuku 100,000 base. Uraraka Ochiko. Tokoyami Fumikage. Shoji Mizo. Survived repeated coordinated assaults, minimal losses. Team Todoroki, 118,700 points. Todoroki Shoto 10,000 base. Yaoyorozu Momo. Ida Tenya. Hananuki. Area control, late game accumulation. Team Bakugo, 115,400 points. Bakugo Katsuki 10,000 base. Kirishima Eijiro. Kaminari Denki. Shiro Hanta. Aggressive point theft, high engagement. Team Shinszo, 34,200 points. Shinszo Hitoshi. 2 general studies students. Opportunistic captures, stealth play. The crowd erupted. Izuku stared at the numbers, surprised despite himself. We barely held the lead, he realized. Bakugo scoffed loudly. So close. Todoroki studied the rankings silently. Margins like this, he said quietly, mean no one was safe. Midnight smiled. And that's exactly the point. Midnight stepped forward, the glow of the stadium lights catching her smile. Well now, what a thrilling cavalry battle. She raised one finger. As per the rules, only the 4 riders of the top-ranking teams will advance to the final event. The screen shifted again. 4 names remained. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, Shinszo Hitoshi. Each name pulsed once. The pressure in the air changed instantly. Izuku felt it settle in his chest. This is where it narrows. The final event, Midnight continued, will be a single elimination tournament. The arena beneath them began to shift, panels retracting as the field reset into a wide, open combat zone. Each rider, she said smoothly, will select 2 teammates from their cavalry team to assist them. Gasps rippled through the stands. That means, Midnight added, eyes gleaming, this will be a 3-on-3 battle until only 1 rider remains. Bakugo grinned. Good. Uraraka glanced at Izuku. 300. This changes everything. Tokoyami folded his arms. The weight of choice is heavy. Midnight raised her WHP. But the matchups themselves will be revealed after a short intermission. The crowd groaned, then laughed. Use this time wisely, Midnight said, because once the brackets are revealed. Her smile sharpened. There will be no turning back. As the teams began to disperse, Izuku found himself standing still, staring at the 4 names glowing above the arena. Bakugo caught up to him, hands in his pockets. Don't think too hard, Bakugo said. Whoever I get, I'll crush. Izuku smiled faintly. I know. Todoroki walked past them without a word, eyes distant. Shinszo lingered at the edge of the field, fists clenched. If I'm going to prove myself, he thought, this is my only chance. Izuku turned toward the exit tunnels, one for all humming quietly within him. Somewhere deep inside, something shifted. Chapter 16. Whispers in the Core. Midnight tapped her wrist. Our first round matchups are as follows. The bracket split cleanly. Match 1. Team Midoriya Izuku vs. Team Shinszo Hitoshi. Izuku felt a familiar chill. Shinszo first, he thought. Fin. The stadium lights dimmed, but the noise did not. It pressed inward, a living weight that settled across the battlefield as Izuku Midoriya stepped forward with Uraraka and Tokoyami at his sides. The air vibrated with anticipation, every eye locked on the glowing tournament bracket hovering above the arena. Izuku had stood at this crossroads before. But never like this. His breathing was steady. His body calm. One for all flowed through him at 20%, restrained but powerful, an ever-present hum beneath his skin. Yet beneath that control, something stirred. The horn sounded. Shinszo didn't charge. His teammates did. Elastic limbs snapped forward, forcing Tokoyami to intercept as dark shadows surged outward in a violent sweep. Foam splattered across the ground near Uraraka's feet. She leapt back, tapping debris and sending it floating skyward. Shinszo's voice cut through the chaos. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku froze for half a heartbeat. Don't answer, he reminded himself. He vanished instead. The ground cracked as Izuku surged forward at 20%, crossing the distance before Shinszo's teammate could react. A controlled strike sent the foam user tumbling back, disarmed but not injured. Shinszo frowned. Too fast. Binding cloth lashed out. Tokoyami snapped it aside, dark shadow roaring as it wrapped around the elastic-limbed student and slammed them into the ground. Uraraka moved next. She touched a chunk of broken arena wall and sent it drifting upward, then shoved it forward, creating a moving barrier that forced Shinszo's team to scatter. Midoriya! Shinszo called again, frustration edging his voice. You think power alone makes you worthy? Izuku halted mid-step. The world tilted. The horn sounded. Shinszo didn't charge. His teammates did. Elastic limbs snapped forward, forcing Tokoyami to intercept as dark shadows surged outward in a violent sweep. Foam splattered across the ground near Uraraka's feet. She leapt back, tapping debris and sending it floating skyward. Shinszo's voice cut through the chaos. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku froze for half a heartbeat. Don't answer, he reminded himself. He vanished instead. The ground cracked as Izuku surged forward at 20%, crossing the distance before Shinszo's teammate could react. A controlled strike sent the foam user tumbling back, disarmed but not injured. Shinszo frowned. Too fast. Binding cloth lashed out, Tokoyami snapped it aside, dark shadow roaring as it wrapped around the elastic-limbed student and slammed them into the ground. Uraraka moved next. She touched a chunk of broken arena wall and sent it drifting upward, then shoved it forward, creating a moving barrier that forced Shinszo's team to scatter. Midoriya! Shinszo called again, frustration edging his voice. You think power alone makes you worthy? Izuku halted mid-step. The world tilted. Izuku's eyes refocused just in time to see Shinszo's binding cloth WHP toward him. The binding cloth snapped toward Izuku's throat. Tokoyami intercepted, dark shadow tearing it away as Uraraka sent floating debris crashing down between Shinszo and Izuku. Izuku moved. One for all surged, not recklessly but precisely. He slid beneath a wild swing, planted his palm beside Shinszo, and released a focused shockwave. The force sent Shinszo skidding across the arena floor. Out of bounds. His remaining teammate froze as Midnight's buzzer screamed. Victory, Team Midoriya. Uraraka exhaled sharply. That was close. Tokoyami inclined his head. Your silence saved us. Izuku nodded, still feeling the echo of the first user's warning. Something was watching. Team Bakugo Katsuki vs Team Todoroki Shodo. A ripple of shock spread through the stands. Bakugo's grin ignited instantly. Oh hell yes. Todoroki's breath fogged faintly as frost crept along the ground near his feet. The temperature dropped the moment they stepped forward. Bakugo stood with Kirishima and Shiro, explosions crackling faintly in his palms. Across from them, Todoroki stood flanked by Yaoyorozu and Ida, frost spreading outward from his feet. The horn blared. Ice exploded across the arena. Bakugo detonated straight through it. Explosions tore tunnels through frozen walls as Bakugo rocketed forward, Kirishima smashing through barriers beside him. Shards shattered against hardened skin as Shiro's tape snapped outward, binding Ida mid-sprint and slamming him into an ice wall. Yaoyorozu responded instantly, creating steel barricades to isolate Shiro. Bakugo twisted mid-air and obliterated them with a focused blast. You're slow, he snarled. Todoroki countered with fire, steam erupting as ice melted, but there was hesitation. Bakugo saw it. He always did. You're still holding back. The battlefield became chaos. Fire. Explosions. Shattered constructs. Bakugo pressed relentlessly, forcing Todoroki back step by step as Kirishima overwhelmed Yaoyorozu and Shiro kept Ida locked down. Todoroki unleashed his strongest attack, ice and fire spiraling together. Bakugo dove straight into it. The explosion was deafening. Bakugo burst through smoke and debris, compressing sweat in his palms to a dangerous degree. Own it. The blast struck Todoroki squarely. He was hurled across the arena, smashing through the boundary wall and skidding to a stop outside the ring. Smoke curled upward. For a moment, Todoroki didn't move. Then his flames flickered out. The buzzer screamed. Victory, Team Bakugo. Bakugo landed hard, chest heaving. Fix that weakness, he muttered. Next time I won't stop. The bracket updated. Midoriya Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku turned to Uraraka and Tokoyami. Ready? Uraraka smiled nervously. Always. Tokoyami inclined his head. Darkness sharpens resolve. Bakugo cracked his neck. No running. Izuku met his gaze. I wouldn't dream of it. Above them, unseen, something ancient watched. And waited. Chapter 17, No Running Left. The stadium went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind that came only when the audience instinctively knew they were about to witness something unforgettable. Midoriya Izuku stood at the edge of the battlefield with Uraraka Achiko and Tokoyami Fumikage at his sides. Across from them, Bakugo Katsuki rolled his shoulders once, explosions crackling faintly in his palms. Kirishima Eijiro planted his feet beside him, skin already hardening, while Shiro Hanta flexed his elbows, tape cartridges clicking into place. 3 against 3. No excuses. No running. Izuku exhaled slowly. This is different, he thought. Last time, we were never allowed to be equals. Bakugo grinned like a predator who had finally cornered his prey. Don't blink, Deku. Izuku met his gaze. I won't. The horn screamed. Bakugo moved first. Not recklessly, decisively. A powerful explosion launched him upward as Shiro fired tape outward in a wide arc, instantly claiming aerial control. Kirishima charged forward, smashing his hardened fists into the ground and sending a shockwave rippling toward Izuku's team. Scatter! Izuku shouted. Tokoyami surged left as Dark Shadow expanded violently, intercepting Kirishima head-on. The impact boomed, shadow against steel-hard skin, both forces skidding backward from the collision. Uraraka leapt skyward, touching loose rubble and sending it floating as Bakugo rocketed toward her. Bakugo twisted midair, blasting through the debris. You think that'll stop me? Izuku appeared beneath him in a blur, one for all surging to 20% as he kicked upward, redirecting Bakugo's momentum just enough to keep him away from Uraraka. Bakugo laughed mid-spin. Good. They separated, not fighting yet. The teams were testing each other. Dark Shadow roared as Tokoyami pressed forward, shadows lashing outward in powerful strikes meant to overwhelm Kirishima's defenses. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, that's more like it. He hardened further, tanking a direct blow and charging straight through, fists swinging like sledgehammers. Each impact sent shockwaves through Tokoyami's body, forcing him to retreat step by step. Tokoyami adjusted instantly. Dark Shadow shifted, not attacking Kirishima directly, but wrapping around him, restricting movement. Now Uraraka. Uraraka tapped a chunk of arena floor and sent it floating, slamming it sideways into Kirishima's flank. The hardened hero in training skidded, footing disrupted for just a moment. It was enough. Dark Shadow surged, forcing Kirishima to one knee. But Kirishima laughed through clenched teeth. Not done yet. He slammed his fists together, cracking the ground and breaking Dark Shadow's hold. Both fighters staggered back, breathing hard. No winner. Shiro had vanished from the ground. Tape snapped around Uraraka's ankle from above, yanking her sideways as she barely avoided smashing into the wall. Sorry, Shiro called. Can't let you float around. Uraraka twisted midair, touching the tape and nullifying its weight. It went slack instantly. Shiro's eyes widened. Oh! Uraraka flipped, launching herself toward him using floating debris as stepping stones. Shiro fired more tape, anchoring himself and swinging to avoid her. They clashed in midair, acrobatics versus improvisation, neither gaining a decisive edge. Below them, Izuku watched for half a second. They're evenly matched, he realized. So it comes down to timing. Bakugo landed hard, smoke curling from his palms. You're not charging, he noted. Scared. Izuku shook his head. Waiting. Bakugo snorted. Wrong answer. He exploded forward. Izuku met him head-on. Shockwaves rippled outward as fist met forearm. Controlled power against raw, refined force. The impact shattered stone beneath their feet. Bakugo twisted, unleashing a close-range blast. Izuku slid back, absorbing the force without breaking stride. You're stronger, Bakugo admitted. But you're still thinking like a demon hero. Izuku moved, not back, but sideways. Bakugo overcommit. For half a second. Tokoyami, now. Dark Shadow surged. Not at Kirishima, but at Bakugo. Kirishima reacted instantly, throwing himself between them. Not happening. Dark Shadow wrapped around Kirishima again, locking him in place. Above, Uraraka released her grip on floating debris. Gravity returned. The rubble crashed downward, not onto Bakugo, but onto the space around him, cutting off escape vectors. Shiro tried to intervene. Tape snapped outward, only for Izuku to grab it mid-flight and yank. Shiro was pulled off balance and slammed into the ground. Uravity! Izuku shouted. Uraraka touched Shiro's shoulder. Zero gravity. She shoved him upward, straight out of bounds. The buzzer blared. 0, eliminated. Bakugo's eyes widened. Teeth. Kirishima roared, forcing Dark Shadow back and charging toward Uraraka. Tokoyami staggered, shadows flickering under the strain. Izuku intercepted. One for all surged as he slammed his foot into the ground, sending a focused shockwave that disrupted Kirishima's footing. Uraraka touched Kirishima. Weightless. Tokoyami recovered instantly. Dark Shadow surged upward, hurling Kirishima gently, but decisively, beyond the boundary. The buzzer sounded again. Kirishima, eliminated. Bakugo stood alone. Breathing hard. Grinning anyway. So that's your plan. Izuku stepped forward. Teamwork. Bakugo laughed, genuine, sharp. Then let's finish it. Bakugo detonated. Izuku met him. Explosions and shockwaves collided midair, cracking the arena beneath them. Uraraka and Tokoyami stayed back, supporting, watching for openings, ready. Bakugo pushed harder. Izuku adapted faster. A feint. A redirect. Bakugo overextended, just enough. Izuku surged past him and touched the objective marker behind him. The buzzer screamed. Victory, Team Midoriya. Bakugo froze, then laughed breathlessly. The figures. He dropped to one knee, smoke curling from his palms. Izuku approached, extending a hand. Bakugo stared at it. Then slapped it aside and stood on his own. Next time, he said, eyes blazing. I win. Izuku smiled. I'll be ready. The crowd erupted. Uraraka exhaled shakily. We did it. Tokoyami inclined his head. Victory born of unity. Bakugo walked past them without looking back. Above the stadium, unseen, something ancient shifted. They're ahead of schedule, it thought. Chapter 18. The price of standing at the top. The cheers didn't fade. They settled, transforming from raw excitement into something sharper, heavier, and far more dangerous. Izuku Midoriya stood among the competitors as the arena was cleared, one for all quiet beneath his skin. His body felt fine. No fractures. No backlash. No blood. Yet his chest felt tight. Because this time, it wasn't about survival. It was about judgment. High above, Midnight raised a hand. The massive screen flickered to life. The final individual rankings of the UA Sports Festival will now be announced. The stadium leaned in. 10th place, Kaminari Denki. A mix of cheers and laughter followed. Kaminari pumped a fist. Hey, top 10 baby. His performance had been flashy, inconsistent, but undeniably effective. 9th place, Ashido Mina. Graceful movement, unpredictable attacks, and clever use of terrain earned her spot. She grinned wildly. Thus, I knew Acid Ballet would pay off. 8th place, Ida Tenya. Precision. DSPLN. Leadership. He bowed stiffly, glasses glinting. I will strive to improve further. 7th place, Kirishima Aijiro. Durability. Relentless forward momentum. Manly as hell. Present Mike shouted. Kirishima beamed. 6th place, Shinszo Hitoshi. The crowd buzzed at his name. Despite elimination, his quirk's impact, and his near victory over Midoriya, had left a mark. Shinszo stared at the screen, stunned. So I wasn't invisible. 5th place, Tokoyami Fumikage. Consistent demps. Tactical intelligence. Controlled darkness. He inclined his head once, Dark Shadow murmuring proudly. 4th place, Uraraka Ochiko. Gasps echoed. Uraraka froze, hands trembling. 4th. Her strategic eliminations, battlefield control, and composure under pressure had elevated her far beyond expectations. Izuku turned to her and smiled. You earned every point. Tears welled in her eyes. Midnight paused. The tension coiled tight. 3rd place, Todoroki Shoto. The reaction was complicated. Cheers. Murmurs. Questions. Todoroki didn't move. He had been powerful. Efficient. But he had hesitated. He knew it. From the stands, Endeavor's expression darkened. 2nd place, Bakugo Katsuki. The stadium exploded. Bakugo scoffed, arms crossed. But there was no rage. Only focus. Only hunger. His teamwork, tactical aggression, and refusal to yield had placed him just beneath the top. He glanced once, briefly, at first place. First place, Midoriya Izuku. The roar was overwhelming. Cameras snapped. Pro heroes leaned forward. Analysts whispered. Izuku felt it all crash down on him at once. First place. Earlier than last time. Much earlier. This wasn't a fluke. This was a declaration. As the competitors dispersed, Bakugo walked past Izuku. You didn't just win, he muttered. You changed the rules. Izuku nodded. So did you. Bakugo snorted. DMN right. Todoroki stood alone near the tunnel, eyes distant. Izuku noticed. The training grounds were empty for the night. Floodlights were dimmed, casting long shadows across the concrete. The air still carried the faint scent of scorched stone and frost from earlier matches. Todoroki Shodo stood near the fence, staring at his reflection in the glass of a closed equipment shed. Ice traced lazily across his left fingertips. Fire flickered, then died, along his right. Third place. The number echoed louder in his mind than the cheers ever had. You're avoiding it. Todoroki didn't turn. I know, he replied calmly. Izuku Midoriya stopped a few steps away, hands in his pockets, posture careful, not confrontational. That's not what I meant, Izuku said. Todoroki finally looked at him. Izuku's expression wasn't accusing. It was concerned. You fought well today, Izuku continued. But you didn't fight honestly. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. Be specific. You didn't lose because Bakugo was stronger, Izuku said. You lost because you decided what you were allowed to use before the match even started. Silence stretched between them. Wind whispered across the field. Todoroki exhaled slowly. You didn't call me out here just to say that. No, Izuku admitted. I called you because I've been there. Todoroki's gaze sharpened. I spent years thinking my power wasn't mine, Izuku said. That it belonged to someone else. That using it wrong meant becoming them. The words landed harder than a punch. Todoroki looked. And? Izuku stepped closer, not into his space, but into the conversation. And I learned that avoiding power doesn't make you free. It just lets the past decide for you. Todoroki's jaw tightened. You think I don't know that? I think you know it logically, Izuku said gently. But your body doesn't believe it yet. Todoroki clenched his fist. So what? He asked quietly. You're going to lecture me until I change? Izuku shook his head. No. He took a breath. I want you to prove me wrong. Todoroki looked up sharply. If you can fight me without holding back, Izuku continued, then I'll admit I was wrong. That you're already free. And if I can't? Todoroki asked. Izuku met his eyes. Then we stop pretending this is about endeavor. The silence broke. Ice spread across the ground, not in attack, but in instinct. Izuku stepped back, green lightning flickering faintly around his limbs. This isn't a match, Izuku said. No winner. No audience. Todoroki raised his hands, one cold, one warm. Then don't treat me like a patient, he replied. Treat me like an opponent. They moved carefully at first. Todoroki opened with ice, not explosive, but structured, testing Izuku's movement. Izuku responded with controlled bursts of one for all, dodging rather than breaking through. You're still choosing, Izuku called out, skidding to a stop. You're not reacting, you're deciding. Todoroki frowned. A wave of ice surged forward. Izuku leapt, landed, closed distance. A burst of flame erupted instinctively. Todoroki froze. He hadn't planned it. Izuku didn't hesitate. That, he said, redirecting the heat with a shockwave instead of countering it, was real. Todoroki stared at his own hand. Fire burned steadily. Not raging. Not borrowed. Izuku slowed his movements, deliberately giving Todoroki space. What if, Izuku said, breathing hard, you stopped thinking of them as separate? Todoroki hesitated, then extended both hands. Ice and fire surged together. Steam exploded outward, not violently but evenly. The temperature stabilized. The ground didn't crack. It balanced. Todoroki's breath caught. It didn't hurt. Izuku smiled, exhausted and relieved. That's what using your whole self feels like. They stopped. No final blow. No collapse. Just two students standing in the steam of something new. Steam drifted slowly across the empty training field. Todoroki stood motionless, staring at his hands, one still cold, the other warm, both steady. Izuku turned to leave. "You didn't have to stay," Todoroki said quietly. "Most people wouldn't." Izuku stopped. Most people didn't know how heavy it feels. They stood in silence. Neither noticed the shadow cast across the fence at the far edge of the field. All Might watched from the darkness, arms folded, his tall frame partially obscured by the support pillar behind him. He had followed quietly. Not to interfere. To observe. Todoroki finally spoke. "When you told me to use my fire during the festival," he said, "I thought you were just trying to help me win." Izuku glanced back. "I was. But now," Todoroki continued, eyes focused, "I think you were doing something else." Izuku didn't answer. "You weren't telling me to accept my father," Todoroki said. "You were telling me to stop defining myself against him." That made Izuku pause. Todoroki clenched his fists. "In the future," he said slowly, "I won't wait until someone pushes me into a corner to use everything I have." Izuku felt it. That wasn't canon. That wasn't supposed to happen yet. "I'm going to train both sides," Todoroki continued. "Together. On purpose. Not out of spite." He looked at Izuku directly. "And I'm not going to hide it." All Might's eyes widened slightly. That's new. In the original timeline, Todoroki's growth had been reactive, slow, reluctant, fragmented. This was intentional. Earlier. Directed. He felt a familiar chill creep down his spine. "This isn't a dramatic change," All Might murmured to himself. "But it's a foundational one." Izuku wasn't just winning fights. He was accelerating decisions. As Izuku turned to leave, that pressure brushed his mind again. Faint. Cautious. Small changes compound, the vestiges whispered. "Be careful where you apply pressure." Izuku exhaled slowly. "I know," he thought back. Behind him, Todoroki stared at his hands, already experimenting, letting fire and ice stabilize instead of clash. All Might stepped back into the shadows. "The future doesn't break all at once," he said softly. "It bends." And somewhere far beyond UA, something ancient stirred, not in alarm, but in calculation. That night, back at home, Izuku sat at his desk, metal resting beside his notebooks. His mother hovered in the doorway, eyes shining. "You were amazing," she whispered. Izuku smiled. "I had help." When she left, he stared at the ceiling. First place. Top of UA. 8 years ago, this moment had never happened. Not like this. The future is pushing back, he realized. Because I'm pushing first. He clenched his fist. "That's fine," he murmured. "I won't stop." Outside, the city lights glowed peacefully. For now. Chapter 19. The World That Moves Too Fast. Far beneath the city, where light no longer mattered, a man smiled. Not because something had gone wrong, but because something had gone unexpectedly right. All for One sat surrounded by monitors and half-lit data streams, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Reports scrolled endlessly, student performances, hero evaluations, public sentiment curves. Most of it was noise. One anomaly was not. "Earlier than projected," he murmured. A timeline model hovered before him, red markers blinking. Midoriya Izuku. Too fast. Too controlled. Too stable. All for One's smile widened, not with joy but curiosity. In the original flow, he continued to himself, the boy fractures himself. Repeatedly. Growth delayed by fear, injury, and dependency. He tapped the screen. But now, no broken bones. No prolonged recovery. No psychological hesitation. He leaned back. Acceleration without collapse, he mused. That doesn't happen by accident. All for One began eliminating possibilities. All Might training him harder? Unlikely. The man was cautious to a fault. External interference? No known time-altering quirks active at present. Natural genius? Amusing. Incorrect. His gaze drifted to another name. Todoroki Shodo. Earlier integration, all for one noted. Not rebellion, ownership. That too was ahead of schedule. His fingers twitched. Someone is removing friction, he concluded. Not changing outcomes directly, but smoothing the path. A strategist. Not a tyrant. All for one chuckled softly. Very well, he said. If the river flows faster, I will deepen the channel. He turned to a subordinate. Advance contingency Nomu development by 6 months. The pause. And begin surveillance on Eri. The game adjusted. All Might woke with a sharp inhale. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Then the ceiling of his apartment came into focus. His heart was racing. He sat up slowly, one massive hand trembling as it pressed against his chest. The dream lingered. Deku older. Bloodied. Standing alone in a ruined city. This is how it ends, sensei. All Might squeezed his eyes shut. I didn't teach you that, he whispered. But the dreams didn't feel like imagination. They never had. Since passing on One for All Might's connection hadn't vanished. It had changed. Sometimes, when he slept, or when Midoriya pushed the quirk unusually hard, memories surfaced. Not his. Deku's. Fragments of battles. That hadn't happened yet. Friends injured. Cities shattered. A smile held together by sheer will. And always, that final fight. All Might stood, pacing the room. If those memories are real, he said softly, then this timeline already deviated. He stopped. And Izuku doesn't know. He hadn't told the boy. Not because he didn't trust him, but because knowledge could become a cage. All Might stared out the window at the sleeping city. This isn't just time correcting itself, he murmured. Someone remembers. Not All Might. Not the vestiges. Midoriya Izuku. The dreams had changed recently. Where once he saw despair, now he saw preparation. Different choices. Earlier resolve. Fewer sacrifices. That's why the future feels unstable, All Might realized. Because it's being outpaced. He clenched his fist. And All for One feels it too. Miles away, All for One lifted a glass of wine. To the boy who runs ahead of fate, he toasted quietly. At the same time, All Might tightened his gloves. To the student who refuses to repeat tragedy. Neither spoke the other's name. Neither needed to. The board was set, and the game had officially begun early. Chapter 20, Echoes That Shouldn't Exist. Sir Night-Eye did not believe in feelings. He believed in probability. That belief was the only thing keeping him seated as the future misbehaved before his eyes. The office was dark, save for the soft glow of holographic projections suspended in midair. Timelines overlapped, branching, rejoining, fracturing again. Data streams flowed through them like blood through veins. Too many contradictions. Too many near misses. Sir Night-Eye pressed his glasses higher on his nose, jaw tight. All Might, he muttered, this isn't random. He activated his quirk again. The vision struck instantly. Midoriya Izuku, older than now, younger than he should be, stood before him. Uninjured. Focused. Alive in ways the future had once denied him. And behind him, nothing. No singular catastrophic endpoint. Night-Eye staggered back a step. That's impossible, he whispered. The future was not supposed to blur. It was supposed to converge. All Might knew why Sir Night-Eye had called him. He just hadn't hoped it would be this soon. The door shut behind him with a soft click. Night-Eye didn't offer a greeting. The future is changing, he said immediately. All Might didn't deny it. You've seen it too, Night-Eye continued. Which means you already knew. All Might exhaled slowly. I suspected. That's not an answer, Night-Eye snapped. All Might met his gaze. I've been having dreams, he said quietly. Night-Eye froze. Dreams that aren't mine, All Might continued. Battles I never fought. Losses I never endured. His fist clenched. Memories from a future that hasn't happened. Night Eye's breath caught. One for all. Yes. Silence filled the room. Night Eye turned away, pacing. If those memories exist, he said carefully, then causality has already been violated. All Might nodded. And Izuku is the epicenter. Night Eye stopped. You're telling me, he said slowly, that the boy is unknowingly rewriting destiny. I'm telling you, All Might replied, that he remembers pain we spared him from. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. Then you have to tell him. All Might shook his head. No. Night Eye's voice sharpened. All Might. He's moving forward because he believes this is his only chance, All Might said. If I tell him he already lived through failure once. He trailed off. Night Eye understood. Fear could paralyze even heroes. But if you don't, Night Eye said quietly, he might shoulder burdens that aren't his alone. All Might stared at the floor. I'm trying to give him something the future didn't. What? A childhood. The word hung heavy between them. Night Eye sighed. Then at least promise me this, he said. If the paradox deepens, if the future begins to fight back, you tell him. All Might nodded once. I swear it. The train ride felt peaceful. Izuku watched the countryside pass by the window, hands folded in his lap, mind quietly active. Grand Torino, former sidekick of All Might, disciple of Shimura Nana. In another life, this had been one of the most important turning points he'd ever experienced. And it still is, he realized. Just earlier. The house was small. Unassuming. Grand Torino opened the door, eyes sharp despite his age. So, the old man said, looking Izuku up and down, you're the kid who broke the pattern. Izuku blinked. Sir? Grand Torino snorted. You move like someone who already knows where he's going. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I've been told that before. Grand Torino turned and walked inside without another word. Come in, he said. If you're going to learn, you're going to suffer first. Training hadn't started yet. They sat at the small kitchen table instead. Grand Torino poured tea. You know her name, he said suddenly. Izuku stiffened. Yes. Grand Torino's eyes narrowed. All Might didn't tell you, he said flatly. No, Izuku replied. But I've seen the way he looks when her name comes up. Grand Torino studied him carefully. You know she was the previous holder. Izuku nodded. And that she smiled even when she was afraid, he added softly. Grand Torino froze. That wasn't public knowledge. Izuku lowered his gaze. I know. Silence stretched. Then Grand Torino chuckled darkly. You really are trouble, he muttered. He leaned back. Fine, he said. If you know that much, then you're ready to hear this. Izuku looked up. She didn't die because she was weak, Grand Torino said. She died because she believed the next generation mattered more than her own life. Izuku's fist clenched. I won't let that happen again, he said quietly. Grand Torino's gaze sharpened. Good. As Izuku settled into the small guest room that night, he stared at the ceiling. The future was shifting. He could feel it. But for the first time, he wasn't alone in sensing it. All Might dreamed. Night Eye calculated. Grand Torino remembered. And somewhere, something ancient was adjusting. Izuku closed his eyes. This time he thought, I'll carry it with him. Chapter 21. The Weight of Air. Grand Torino did not believe in wasted motion. You jump like someone who expects the ground to forgive you, he said, watching Izuku rebound clumsily off the dirt. Izuku rolled, caught himself, and sprang upright, breathing hard. I thought. That's your problem, Grand Torino snapped. You think too late. He flicked forward. Izuku barely registered the movement before the old hero was gone. Then suddenly behind him, tapping his shoulder. Air, Grand Torino said. You treat it like something empty. It isn't. Izuku frowned, processing. All Might moves through power, Grand Torino continued. You're going to learn to move through space. The first lesson was brutal in its simplicity. No punching. No smashing. No flashy techniques. Grand Torino dragged an old mattress outside and tossed Izuku onto it. Float, he ordered. Izuku inhaled and activated the quirk. The familiar sensation returned, weight peeling away, gravity loosening its grip. He rose. Good, Gran Torino said. Now don't move. Minutes passed. Then 10. Then 20. Sweat beaded on Izuku's brow. His legs trembled, not from strain, but from the constant micro-adjustments needed to stay still. You keep treating float like a jump that doesn't land, Gran Torino said. It's not. It's balance without feedback. Izuku clenched his teeth. In the original timeline, he thought, I never learned this part. His altitude wavered. Gran Torino tapped his cane against the ground. Again. By the third day, Gran Torino finally allowed one for all back into the equation. Baseline, he asked. Izuku exhaled. 20%, he said. Sustained. Gran Torino raised an eyebrow. That's your safe number? Yes, sir. Good, Gran Torino replied. Now we break it. The drills were relentless. Short bursts at 25%, then immediate float activation to offload impact. Then 28. Then 30, only for seconds at a time. Izuku's body screamed in protest. Muscles burned. Tendons felt like they were being pulled apart thread by thread. But unlike before, nothing broke. Gran Torino watched closely. You're not fighting the quirk anymore, he said. You're negotiating with it. Izuku collapsed to one knee, gasping. That's progress. That's survival, Gran Torino replied. Heroes don't get stronger by exploding. They get stronger by lasting longer than the problem. Days blurred together. Izuku ran while floating inches off the ground to reduce impact and increase duration. He practiced landing without force, bleeding momentum sideways instead of downward. Gran Torino forced him to fight imaginary opponents while suspended, demanding precise directional control. You rely too much on straight lines, the old hero barked. Real fights curve. Izuku adapted. Spin. Redirect. Feint in midair. By the end of the week, he could sustain 30% for nearly a minute with float activate. They boarded the train without fanfare. The carriage was quiet, mostly empty, the kind of ride where you could hear every squeak and hum. Gran Torino didn't sit. He stood in the aisle, cane tapping the floor. You know why I brought you here? He asked. Izuku shook his head. Gran Torino looked down at him. Because you've been training like a student, he said. Like someone who thinks knowledge equals victory. Izuku swallowed. I thought. You thought wrong, Gran Torino interrupted. Heroes don't win by thinking. They win by surviving. Izuku nodded, absorbing the weight of the statement. Gran Torino raised his hand. Float, he said. Izuku activated the quirk immediately, lifting off the seat by inches. Good, Gran Torino said. Now hold it. Minutes passed. Then 10. Izuku's body trembled. His legs shook. His breathing became shallow. He hovered. Not moving. Just existing in midair. Gran Torino watched like a hawk. You're doing it, he said. But you're still treating it like a temporary escape. Izuku frowned. It is temporary. Gran Torino's eyes flashed. No, he said sharply. It's a tool. You use it to stay alive. Izuku's heart pounded. I'm trying, he said quietly. Gran Torino nodded. That's the first step, he said. Now do it while the train shakes. The train began to rattle more violently. Izuku frowned. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. The sound wasn't normal. The shaking intensified. The lights flickered. The train lurched. Then, suddenly, the world outside the windows erupted into chaos. The city was visible now. A blast of light, then smoke. People running. Screams. Izuku's mouth went dry. Gran Torino's face tightened. Stay calm, he said. This is your lesson. Izuku's body surged forward instinctively. Gran Torino grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Not yet, Gran Torino said. You're not ready to jump into chaos without control. Izuku stared at him. Sir, people. Gran Torino's voice was firm. Your job isn't to rush in like a hero from a story, he said. Your job is to be useful. Izuku's eyes burned. He swallowed. Then what do we do? Gran Torino pointed. Watch, he said. Learn. They watched the city flare with destruction. The train slowed, then stopped at a station. Not their stop. Gran Torino's expression hardened. You didn't come here for this, he said. But now you have to be smart. Izuku's stomach twisted. Villains, he whispered. Gran Torino nodded. They're doing this, he said. Not because they want to win. Izuku's eyes widened. What do you mean? Gran Torino's gaze remained fixed on the smoke. Because they want to change the story, he said. And when the story changes, people die. Izuku's breath caught. He understood. He looked down at his hands. 20%. Float. Black whip. Everything he'd worked for. Everything he'd built. Gran Torino's voice softened slightly. Don't waste it, he said. Not here. They stepped off the train. Gran Torino didn't rush. He didn't charge. He moved through the station like a man who knew exactly where the danger was. Izuku followed. The city outside was a battlefield. Civilians scattered. Heroes already engaging. But something felt off. The timing. The order. The way the villains moved. Izuku's instincts screamed that this wasn't the same Hosu attack he'd learned about in the original timeline. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. He whispered, they're adapting. Izuku nodded. Yes, he said quietly. It feels like the timeline is pushing back. Gran Torino didn't respond. He just moved. They found a group of civilians trapped behind debris. A villain stood over them. A young man with a quirk that generated blades of energy. He smiled cruelly. Looks like you're in the way, he said. Gran Torino stepped forward. Move, he said. The villain laughed. Then he attacked. Gran Torino dodged easily, but he didn't counter. He was waiting. Izuku realized what was happening. Gran Torino was forcing him to act without being reckless. The villain's blades came down. Izuku activated Float and Black Whip, pulling debris away from the civilians. He held them back. He moved them out of harm's way. Gran Torino's voice cut through the chaos. Use your power as a shield, he shouted. Not a weapon. Izuku's heart hammered. He pushed one for all to 20%, but this time it didn't feel like a limit. It felt like a boundary he could respect. He moved. He protected. He survived. When the battle ended, Izuku and Gran Torino stood in the ruins of the station. Izuku was breathing heavily. Gran Torino's face was calm, almost detached. You did well, Gran Torino said. Izuku blinked. You're not angry? Torino shook his head. No, he said. I'm concerned. Izuku's stomach tightened. Why? Gran Torino looked at him. Because this wasn't the Hosu attack I know, he said. The villains are acting differently. The heroes are responding differently. And you? He paused. You're not the same. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying, he said. Gran Torino nodded. Good, he said. Then keep trying. When the battle ended, Izuku and Gran Torino stood in the ruins of the station. Izuku was breathing heavily. Gran Torino's face was calm, almost detached. You did well, Gran Torino said. Izuku blinked. You're not angry? Gran Torino shook his head. No, he said. I'm concerned. Izuku's stomach tightened. Why? Gran Torino looked at him. Because this wasn't the Hosu attack I know, he said. The villains are acting differently. The heroes are responding differently. And you? He paused. You're not the same. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying, he said. Gran Torino nodded. Good, he said. Then keep trying. When the battle ended, Izuku and Gran Torino stood in the ruins of the station. Izuku was breathing heavily. Gran Torino's face was calm, almost detached. You did well, Gran Torino said. Izuku blinked. You're not angry? Gran Torino shook his head. No, he said. I'm concerned. Izuku's stomach tightened. Why? Gran Torino looked at him. Because this wasn't the Hosu attack I know, he said. The villains are acting differently. The heroes are responding differently. And you? He paused. You're not the same. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying, he said. Gran Torino nodded. Good, he said. Then keep. Far away, in a dark room filled with monitors and data, all for one observed. He watched the footage. He watched Izuku move. Not reckless. Not broken. Controlled. He smiled. The timeline is changing. And he knew exactly what to do. Chapter 22, The Hero Killer's Shadow. Hosa didn't fall into chaos. It exhaled it. Sirens rolled across the city in long, overlapping waves, echoing between buildings like the call-and response of something wounded but still alive. Streets emptied in uneven pulses as heroes guided civilians into subway stations, storefronts, and behind makeshift barricades. Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of the station steps with Gran Torino beside him, eyes scanning the skyline. Smoke rose in 3 different columns. That's too spread out, Gran Torino muttered. He's not just hunting. Izuku swallowed. He's drawing people in. Gran Torino nodded. Good. You're thinking like him. A familiar voice cut through the noise. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Ida Tenya stood rigid near the platform railing, helmet clutched in his hands, knuckles white. I received confirmation, Ida said, breath tight. The hero killer is in Hosu. Gran Torino's expression hardened. This isn't your jurisdiction, kid. Ida didn't blink. My brother nearly died here. Before either of them could move, Ida activated his engines. The air cracked. He vanished into the streets. Izuku's heart lurched. This is wrong. This is too fast. Gran Torino grabbed Izuku's shoulder. You chase the student, he said. I'll hunt the predator. Izuku nodded and launched forward. Izuku followed the echo of engines through backstreets and over rooftops, using floats sparingly, never lingering in the air long enough to draw attention. Don't be seen, he reminded himself. Not yet. He spotted Ida at the mouth of a narrow alley. And beyond him, a man in stained armor, blade resting against his shoulder like a holy relic. Ida didn't slow. He didn't hesitate. He charged. The clash was violent and ugly. Ida struck with pure momentum, a piston of grief and fury. Stain twisted aside, blade flashing in a shallow arc that cut across Ida's forearm. Blood hit the ground. Ida froze. His engine sputtered. Paralysis. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. Ida, he shouted. He didn't explode into the alley. He slid. A controlled burst of 20%, just enough to close distance without cracking concrete or shattering walls. He kicked Stain's wrist, knocking the blade wide, and planted himself between Stain and Ida. Stain studied him. Not with hatred. With interest. You move like someone who knows how this ends, Stain said softly. Izuku didn't answer. He raised his hands. Ice surged down the alley, spreading in a clean, deliberate line that forced Stain back several steps. Todoroki Shoto landed beside Izuku, 1 foot steaming against the cold ground, breath fogging in the air. I followed Ida, Todoroki said. You weren't far behind. Izuku nodded. 3 students. 1 killer. Stain laughed. Good, he said. Let's see what kind of heroes you become. They didn't rush him. Todoroki raised a wall of ice, not to trap, but to shape the battlefield. The alley narrowed into a funnel, forcing Stain into a predictable path. Izuku moved through Todoroki's openings, striking only when Stain committed. Stain adapted quickly. He vaulted off a wall, slid under an ice spike, and lashed out at Todoroki. Todoroki blocked with ice. But the impact rattled him. His fire side flared instinctively. He froze. Just for a second. Izuku saw it. He's still choosing. Stain noticed too. Still fighting yourself? Stain taunted. Stain surged forward, forcing Todoroki back step by step. Ice cracked beneath the pressure. Izuku intercepted, redirecting Stain's blade with his forearm, feeling the vibration travel through his bones. Todoroki raised his left hand. He hesitated. His right hand trembled. Flame flickered, but died. Izuku shouted, Shoto. Todoroki flinched at the name. Stain lunged. Izuku stepped in front of Todoroki, taking the brunt of Stain's strike on reinforced muscle instead of flesh. It hurt, but it didn't break. He turned his head slightly. You don't have to use fire to prove anything, Izuku said quickly. Use it because you need it. Todoroki stared at him. The alley burned and froze around them. Civilians screamed somewhere in the distance. Heroes were coming, but not yet. Stain advanced again. Todoroki's breath hitched. Fire roared to life. Not wild. Not furious. Controlled. He didn't blast Stain. He cut off his escape, melting his own ice into thick steam that blinded and disoriented. Izuku moved through it. Not fast. Precisely. Stain slashed blindly. Izuku deflected. Todoroki reshaped the battlefield, ice from one side, fire from the other, forcing Stain into narrower and narrower ground. Stain laughed even as he was driven back. This is what heroes look like? He shouted. 3 children playing war? Todoroki answered this time. No, he said. This is what happens when we stop playing alone. Izuku lunged. A clean strike. Stain stumbled. Gran Torino dropped from above like a meteor. He slammed into Stain, driving him into the wall with a force that rattled the entire alley. Class dismissed, Gran Torino snapped. Stain struggled, but didn't escape. He looked past Gran Torino. At Izuku. You're dangerous, Stain said quietly. Not because you're strong. Izuku held his gaze. But because you make people believe. Gran Torino knocked him unconscious. The plaza was already broken when Endeavor arrived. Concrete lay in slabs, storefronts gutted and burning, vehicles overturned like discarded toys. Smoke rolled through the streets in thick, choking waves as emergency crews pulled civilians from collapsed bus stops and shattered crosswalks. And at the center of it all, the Nomu stood. Its body was a grotesque mass of muscle and blackened skin, steam rolling off it. As it regenerated from wounds that should have been fatal. Its eyes tracked movement without thought, without fear. Endeavor landed hard enough to crack the pavement. Evacuation zones not finished, he growled into his comm, I'll hold it here. The Nomu roared and charged. Endeavor didn't dodge. He met it. Flames exploded from his body as he drove a burning fist into the creature's chest, launching it through the remains of a bus shelter. The impact sent a shockwave through the plaza, shattering glass and throwing debris into the air. The Nomu rose immediately. Regeneration knitted muscle and skin back together in seconds. Endeavor clicked his tongue. So you're one of those. The Nomu lunged, swinging an arm the size of a concrete pillar. Endeavor sidestepped, heat trailing behind him like a comet tail, and unleashed a focused blast of fire that carved a trench across the plaza. The Nomu skidded back, its skin blackening, smoking. It didn't fall. It never did. The creature leapt, tackling Endeavor into the side of a building. The impact collapsed the storefront, burying them both in a cloud of dust and flame. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the rubble erupted. Endeavor burst out, flames roaring higher than the streetlights, dragging the Nomu with him. You don't get to rampage here, he snarled. Not today. He slammed the Nomu back into the ground, fire pouring into the impact crater like molten metal. Sweat streamed down Endeavor's face. Steam rose from his shoulders. His breathing deepened. The flames were taking their toll. The Nomu noticed. It surged forward again, faster this time, its regenerated muscles propelling it with brutal efficiency. Endeavor barely raised his arms in time to block the strike. The blow sent him skidding across the pavement, carving a groove in the concrete. Civilians screamed from behind barricades. A hero on the comm line shouted, Endeavor, backup is 30 seconds out. Endeavor pushed himself to one knee. Make it 15, he growled. The Nomu charged again. Endeavor planted his feet. He didn't retreat. He didn't advance. He held. Flames condensed around his arms, not wild, not explosive, controlled. The Nomu slammed into him. Endeavor roared and drove forward, forcing the creature back inch by inch, step by step, his boots digging into the pavement as the heat built to an unbearable intensity. Windows shattered. Street signs melted. The air itself warped. You don't get past me, Endeavor bellowed. Not while I'm standing. Sirens grew louder. More heroes arrived at the edge of the plaza. Endeavor felt the moment. He surged upward, dragging the Nomu with him in a column of fire that scorched the night sky. At the apex, he twisted and drove the creature straight down. The impact cratered the street, a ring of fire rolling outward like a shockwave. The Nomu lay still. For a second. Then it twitched. Endeavor didn't give it the chance. He planted a burning foot on its chest and unleashed one final, focused blast straight into its core. The regeneration stopped. Smoke rose. Silence fell. Endeavor stepped back, breathing heavily, flames guttering low around his shoulders. Heroes rushed in to secure the area. Civilians cheered, not wildly, but with relief. Endeavor looked up at the smoke-filled sky. For a brief moment he thought of his son. He used both sides. The thought burned hotter than the flames ever could. Chapter 23. The Weight of Consequences. Hosu woke up slowly. Not like a city returning to normal, but like a body checking if it still worked. Crews patched broken streets with temporary plating. Storefronts were boarded over with fresh wood, the smell of sawdust mixing with smoke that still lingered in the air. News drones hovered above intersections, broadcasting images of scorched pavement and heroic silhouettes frozen in yesterday's fire. Izuku Midoriya stood near a bus stop, backpack slung over one shoulder, watching a mother thank a hero who had guided her children to safety. The gratitude was quiet, heavy. This is what survives, Izuku thought. Not the fights. The people who make it through them. Gran Torino leaned against a lamppost nearby, arms crossed. Enjoying the view? He asked. Izuku shook his head. Trying to remember it. Gran Torino nodded. Good. Heroes forget what they save. That's how they start chasing what they can destroy. They weren't gone an hour before Izuku's phone buzzed. Unknown number. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Answer it. Izuku did. Midoriya Izuku, a calm, professional voice said. This is the Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku straightened instinctively. We'd like to speak with you about last night's events, the voice continued. Specifically, your role in the neutralization of the hero killer. Izuku swallowed. Yes, ma'am. The pause. Also, the voice added, about the way you moved. The call ended. Gran Torino exhaled slowly. Congratulations, he muttered. You just got noticed by people who don't clap. The building didn't look important. That was the first thing Izuku noticed. No towering statue. No glass spires. No banners or crowds. Just a gray, blocky structure tucked between two office complexes, its only distinguishing feature a small, unmarked sign by the door. Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku swallowed and stepped inside. The lobby was silent in a way that felt deliberate. No posters of smiling heroes. No recruitment ads. Just a long desk, a single security gate, and a woman in a dark suit who checked his ID without looking up. Third floor, she said. Conference Room C. The elevator ride felt longer than it should have. Conference Room C was dimly lit, the far wall made entirely of frosted glass. Shapes moved behind it, silhouettes, not faces. Izuku stood alone at a small table in the center of the room. A voice came through a speaker embedded in the wall. Midoriya Izuku. Yes, ma'am, Izuku replied automatically. You acted in Hosu without authorization. Izuku bowed deeply. I was trying to protect my classmate and civilians. The pause. We are not questioning your intent, the voice said. We are evaluating your impact. Izuku straightened, heart pounding. A screen flickered to life on the table. Footage played. Izuku recognized it immediately, security drone footage from the alley. Him stepping between Ida and Stain. The precise kick to Stain's wrist. The way he shifted Todoroki's line of fire without looking. The video froze on a frame where Izuku was mid-motion, eyes sharp, body angled perfectly. You move like someone who has been in that fight before, another voice said. Izuku's throat went dry. I train a lot, he said. We can see that, the first voice replied. But this wasn't training. This was anticipation. The screen changed. A heat map of the battlefield, predicted movements, lines of engagement. You positioned yourself where Stain would strike, not where he was, the voice continued. That is not instinct. That is experience. Izuku clenched his fists under the table. Tell us, the voice said calmly, how did you know where to stand? Izuku hesitated. Images flashed through his mind. A different Hosu, a different alley, Ida screaming, Todoroki frozen in indecision. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt, he said finally. Silence followed. Longer this time. We are not accusing you of wrongdoing, a new voice said. Older. Sharper. We are informing you that you are now on our radar. Izuku's breath caught. Hero society is a structure, the voice continued. Structures do not like anomalies. The screen shut. You survived Stain, the first voice said. You assisted in neutralizing a high-grade Nomu incident by indirect support. You influenced 2 future top-tier heroes in a single night. Izuku stared at the table. That is not normal for a first-year student. We will be watching, the voice said. Not harsh. Not kind. Just factual. You are free to go, Midoriya Izuku. But understand this, heroes change the world in public. The pause. We change it in private. The door behind him clicked open. Gran Torino leaned against the building across the street, hat pulled low. Well, he asked. Izuku exhaled. They don't trust me, he said. Gran Torino snorted. That means you matter. Izuku looked back at the unmarked building. They think I'm an anomaly. Gran Torino started walking. Kid, he said over his shoulder, if you weren't, none of this would be worth doing. Izuku followed. The city moved around them, unaware of how closely it had just been measured. Yue's infirmary smelled like antiseptic and quiet shame. Ida Tenya sat on the edge of a bed, hands resting on his knees, back straight as ever, but his eyes were hollow. Izuku stood in the doorway. Ida didn't look up. I disobeyed direct orders, Ida said. I endangered civilians. I nearly killed a man. Izuku stepped inside. You didn't, he said. That's not the point, Ida replied. I wanted to. Silence stretched. Finally, Ida bowed his head. My brother became a hero to protect people, he whispered. I became one to punish someone. Izuku sat beside him. That's not who you are, Izuku said. Ida shook his head. It was last night. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. Then today is when you decide who you are tomorrow. Ida inhaled shakily. Thank you. The training field behind Yue steamed faintly in the morning sun. Todoroki stood alone at its center, hands raised. Ice formed on his left. Fire burned steadily on his right. No hesitation. No flinch. Endeavor watched from the far edge of the field, arms crossed, unreadable. Todoroki released both at once, not in opposition, but in sequence. Ice to shape. Fire to follow. Steam rolled across the ground in a controlled wave. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. That's new, he murmured. Todoroki didn't look back. All Might stood in his apartment, staring at a cracked photograph on his wall. Shimura Nana smiled back at him. He hadn't slept. The dream had returned. Deku, older, standing in a city that wasn't Hosu, wasn't anywhere he recognized. Sensei, the dream version said softly. It's not following the path anymore. All Might clenched his fists. Nitai's words echoed in his head. If the paradox deepens, you tell him. He looked at his phone. Izuku's contact. He didn't press it. Not yet. In a darkened warehouse, Shigaraki paced. They worked together, he snarled. They weren't supposed to. Kurogyari stood quietly. All for One's voice came from the shadows. Then we adapt, he said. The boy is changing the tempo. Shigaraki stopped. So we slow him down? All for One chuckled. No, he replied. We give him more to carry. All Might sat across from 3 silhouettes behind a frosted glass table. We've been watching Midoriya, one of them said. His growth curve is unusual. All Might said nothing. Too stable, another voice added. Too controlled. All Might's jaw tightened. He's a good student, he replied. Silence. Good students don't survive encounters with Stain and walk away without trauma, the first voice said. Heroes do. All Might stood. Then maybe, he said, he's becoming one. That night, Izuku stood on the dorm balcony, city lights flickering below. He flexed his fingers. 20% felt like breathing now. Black whips stirred beneath his skin. Float whispered in his bones. And somewhere deeper, something watched. He looked up at the stars. The future's getting heavier, he murmured. Behind him, Bakugo's voice cut through the quiet. Then stop carrying it alone, idiot. Izuku smiled. Maybe. But not yet. Chapter 24. The Test of Who You Stand Beside. The classroom went quiet in a way Izuku recognized immediately. Not fear. Focus. Aizawa stood at the front, eyes half-lidded, chalk resting against the board like a weapon he didn't need to raise. Final exams, he said. Written portion tomorrow. Practical portion today. He turned and wrote in block letters. Student teams versus pro heroes. Escape or capture. Murmurs rippled through the room. These pairings are based on complementary weaknesses, Aizawa continued. You will not win by overpowering your opponent. You will pass by outthinking them. The screen lit up with the teams. The pairings. Midoriya and E versus 13. Bakugo and Kirishima versus Cementos. Todoroki and Yuzu versus Aizawa. Uraraka and Oyama versus Snipe. Jiro and Siro versus Present Mike. Kaminari and Mineta versus Midnight. Aizawa didn't wait for reactions. You will be graded on teamwork, adaptability, and judgment. Teachers will not hold back. Izuku believed him. The locker room became a quiet storm of strategy. Midoriya and Ida. They didn't argue. They mapped. Izuku sketched the test field from memory, marking likely choke points and rescue paths. 13 will control space, Izuku said. If we stay grounded, we lose. Ida nodded. Then I'll be the anchor. You'll be the pivot. Izuku hesitated. I'll keep my movements normal, he added carefully. Ida understood what he meant. Then I will make sure you don't need to be anything else. Bakugo and Kirishima. Bakugo paced. I blow through, he said. You don't move. Kirishima nodded. So you're the hammer. I'm the wall. Bakugo snorted. Don't slow me down. Don't miss, Kirishima shot back. They grinned at each other. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Momo laid out equipment. Eraserhead will target your quirk first, she said. If he gets close, we lose our advantage. Todoroki nodded. Then we don't let him get close, he said. You give me tools. I give you space. Momo smiled faintly. Deal. The mock city sprawled across the training grounds like a concrete labyrinth. Narrow alleys twisted into open plazas. Fire escapes promised routes that could turn into traps. Rooftops offered vision and exposure. Sirens wailed. The gates slammed open. Midoriya and E versus 13. The street vanished. 13 activated her black hole quirk without warning, and the ground in front of Izuku and Ida tore apart, asphalt lifting like paper as gravity twisted inward. Brace! Ida shouted, engines roaring as he planted his feet. Izuku felt himself pulled forward, boots scraping concrete. She's not chasing us, he realized. She's removing the map. They retreated into a side street, only for 13 to cut off the exit by swallowing the corner of a building, turning the alley into a funnel of debris and suction. Izuku's heart hammered. This isn't about running, he said quickly. She's hurting us. Ida nodded once. I'll hold, he said. He surged forward, engines screaming as he braced against the pole, becoming a living counterweight. Izuku moved. Not fast. Correct. He read the swirl of debris, the rhythm of the suction, and timed his steps through the moments where gravity shifted instead of pulled. 3 seconds, Izuku called. That's her CYCL. Ida pushed. Izuku sprinted. They nearly made it. 13 cut the CYCL short. The street in front of them collapsed. Izuku skidded, nearly falling into the void. Izuku grabbed Ida's arm. Up, he shouted. They took the fire escape. 13 followed, changing tactics, short, sharp bursts of suction aimed to knock them off the metal stairs. Ida shielded Izuku with his body. Izuku guided their timing. They didn't outrun her. They outlasted her. At the rooftop gate, Izuku slammed the panel shut just as 13's quirk ripped the railing away inches from their heels. They collapsed on the other side, gasping. Bakugo and Kirishima versus Cementos. The ground rose. Walls slammed into place. A ceiling dropped. Cementos turned the street into a moving prison. Bakugo blasted upward, only to hit a concrete overhang that snapped into existence above him. Kirishima caught him as he fell, hardening and slamming into the ground to absorb the impact. Think, not charge. Kirishima roared. Bakugo snarled. Cementos reshaped the terrain constantly, never letting them settle. Bakugo noticed the pattern first. He's anchoring everything to us, Bakugo growled. He's reacting. Kirishima grinned. Then let's stop being predictable. They split briefly. Kirishima charged head-on, taking the brunt of collapsing walls. Bakugo went wide, blasting through a thin rooftop. Cementos hesitated. Just once. Bakugo exploited it. He funneled an explosion down through a narrow Kirishima had forced open, shattering Cementos's control point. They ran. Concrete snapped at their heels. They dove through the gate as a wall crashed down behind them. Todoroki and Yuzu versus Aizawa. Aizawa didn't attack. He watched. Todoroki's quirk vanished mid-step. Momo's creation dissolved. Panic flared. Then Aizawa struck, scarf snapping around Todoroki's ankle and yanking him off his feet. Momo reacted instantly, throwing a smoke capsule she'd created seconds earlier. The field vanished into gray. Momo created caltrops and sound emitters, scattering them blindly into the fog. Aizawa moved anyway. He always did. Todoroki focused, not on power, but on placement. He used ice to shape the ground under the fog, creating uneven terrain Aizawa couldn't read by sight alone. When Aizawa's quirk blinked, fire surged. Not at Aizawa. Behind him. Cutting off the pursuit. They ran, Aizawa's scarf snapping inches from Momo's shoulder. They barely made it. Uraraka and Oyama versus Snipe. Snipe's shots were precise, non-lethal, and relentless. Uraraka lifted debris to create drifting cover. Snipe shot through it. Aoyama deflected one beam, but the recoil knocked him off balance. Uraraka grabbed him and sent both of them floating, bullets slicing past beneath their feet. Aoyama fired wildly not to hit, but to blind. Uraraka dropped from above, slamming a floating slab into Snipe's cover and forcing him to relocate. They sprinted while he adjusted. A final shot grazed Aoyama's shoulder. They tumbled through the gate. Jiro and Shiro versus Present Mic. Mic's voice shattered windows. Jiro screamed as feedback ripped through her jacks. Shiro wrapped her and dragged her behind a concrete barrier as Mic's soundwave pulverized it. Jiro stabilized and plugged into a support amp she'd modified. She matched Mic's frequency, just enough to cancel his next blast. Shiro webbed the ground, slingshotting them forward while Mic staggered. They slid through the gate, ears ringing. Kaminari and Mineta versus Midnight. Midnight didn't chase. She talked. Mineta froze. Kaminari nearly shocked himself. Kaminari discharged a controlled burst, clearing the mist. Mineta panicked and accidentally stuck Midnight's WHP to a lamppost. They ran for their lives. They made it. Barely. The class gathered in the courtyard, bruised, dirty, exhausted. Aizawa stood in front of them. Results, he said. He read. Midoriya and Ida, pass. Bakugo and Kirishima, pass. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, pass. Uraraka and Aoyama, pass. Jiro and Shiro, pass. Kaminari and Mineta, pass. Relief washed over them. Shoji and Koda, fail. Ojiro and Hagakure, fail. Silence. Aizawa met their eyes. Failure isn't punishment, he said. It's instruction. Izuku sat on the steps afterward, water bottle in hand. Bakugo dropped beside him. Didn't think you'd make it without breaking something, he muttered. Izuku smiled. I didn't. Bakugo snorted. Across the yard, Todoroki practiced a small, steady flame in one hand and frost in the other. Ida stood nearby, posture proud and composed. Uraraka laughed with Jiro, exhaustion and relief mixing into something warm. Izuku watched them all. The future still pressed. But right now, he wasn't carrying it alone. High above, behind tinted glass, the commission's observer closed their file. Midoriya Izuku, they murmured. Doesn't lead from the front. The pause. He leads from the center. Chapter 25. The Things You Can't Outrun. The Quiet Test. The written exam didn't feel like a battle. That almost made it worse. Rows of desks stretched across the classroom, each one separated by just enough space to make every cough, every pencil scratch, every nervous shift of a chair feel amplified. The sunlight filtering through the windows was soft, warm, and completely indifferent to the tension in the room. Izuku Midoriya sat perfectly still, hands folded on the desk, eyes fixed on the front as Aizawa placed the test face down in front of him. This is not a hero exercise, Aizawa said. This is reality. You don't get to punch your way out of bad decisions. Papers flipped. Pens moved. The room filled with the soft storm of writing. Izuku, a different kind of memory. The questions weren't hard. They were layered. Scenario analysis. Legal boundaries. Evacuation protocols. Risk assessment under conflicting priorities. Izuku felt something strange as he read them. I've answered these before. Not on paper. In fire. In smoke. In the space between life and loss. He slowed himself. Didn't rush. Didn't rely on instinct alone. He wrote the why behind every answer, not just the what. Across the room, Ida's pen moved with mechanical precision. Todoroki paused often, staring at questions longer than necessary, then writing carefully, as if choosing words the way he now chose how to use his quirk. Bakugo scowled at his paper, scribbling aggressively, crossing out answers, rewriting them cleaner. Uraraka chewed the end of her pen, then nodded to herself and wrote with quiet confidence. After the bell. When the final bell rang, it felt like someone had let the air back into the room. Kaminari slumped over his desk. I think I just invented a new law. Jiro snorted. I hope it's not illegal. Bakugo cracked his neck. That was stupid. Izuku smiled. You finished early. Bakugo glared. That doesn't mean it was easy. The rankings. The next morning, the board was already lit when Class 1A filed in. Aizawa stood in front of it, coffee in hand, looking more tired than usual. Combined results, he said. Practical and written. The room went silent. Names appeared. Class 1A. First, Midoriya Izuku. Leadership, tactical reasoning, consistent performance under pressure. Izuku blinked. Bakugo scoffed. Second, Todoroki Shoto. Power integration, battlefield control, rapid adaptation. Todoroki nodded slightly, more focused than pleased. Third, Ida Tenya. Judgment, coordination, DSPLN, recovery from failure. Ida straightened proudly. Fourth, Uraraka Ochiko. Rescue prioritization, creative problem-solving, composure. Uraraka's eyes widened. Fifth, Bakugo Katsuki. Offensive efficiency, pressure management, teamwork improvement. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Fifth. Izuku glanced at him. Still top 5. Bakugo looked away. Sixth, Yaoyorozu Momo. Strategic support, rapid resource creation. Seventh, Tokoyami Fumikage. Precision, adaptability. Eighth, Kirishima Ijiro. Durability, frontline support, morale impact. Ninth, Jiro Kyoka. Sensory intelligence, countermeasures. 10th, Shiro Hanta. Mobility, rescue efficiency. The rest of the class followed, respectable, solid, proud. Aizawa shut off the board. This isn't a scoreboard, he said. It's a snapshot. Change it. Izuku found All Might waiting on the rooftop. The sky was wide and blue, clouds drifting lazily like they had nowhere important to be. All Might. Izuku asked. The older hero turned, smiling, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Thank you for coming, young Midoriya. They stood at the railing together. For a moment, neither spoke. All Might, Izuku said carefully, you've been distant. All Might exhaled. I've been dreaming, he said quietly. Izuku stiffened. You know, All Might said quietly, I used to think the future was something you ran toward. Izuku stopped a few steps behind him. And now? Izuku asked. All Might exhaled. Now I think it's something that runs from you. Izuku felt his chest tighten. You know, All Might said quietly, I used to think the future was something you ran toward. Izuku stopped a few steps behind him. And now? Izuku asked. All Might exhaled. Now I think it's something that runs from you. Izuku felt his chest tighten. You know, he said without turning, in the future you remember, I didn't die. All Might glanced back over his shoulder, a faint, tired smile on his face. I became vice principal, he continued. Can you believe that? Me, buried in paperwork instead of villains. Izuku swallowed. You hated meetings. I still did, All Might said softly. But I stayed. Because I couldn't fight anymore. And because you asked me to. Izuku's chest tightened. I don't see everything, All Might went on. Not like you do. I don't remember the future. He turned fully now, blue eyes steady. But I feel it. I dream pieces of it. Moments that don't belong to me. He tapped his chest lightly. Standing in my old office watching you teach a class. Walking past memorials that shouldn't exist yet. Hearing your voice in rooms I've never been in. Izuku whispered. Night I said the same thing. All Might nodded. He was the first one who believed me. Sir Night Eye stepped out from the stairwell door, cane tapping softly against the concrete. You're both terrible at keeping secrets, he said dryly. Izuku startled. Yes, sir. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. I don't see the future clearly anymore, he said. Not since the moment you returned, Midoriya. Izuku stiffened. My visions don't lock into place, Night Eye continued. Outcomes split. Endings refuse to commit. He looked between them. That doesn't happen unless something fundamental has changed. All Might exhaled slowly. Izuku stepped forward. Izuku looked up, eyes shining. I was a teacher, he said quietly. At UA. All Might's heart stopped. I survived, Izuku continued. But Japan didn't. Not really. He swallowed. I wasn't alone when I came back, he said. Not really. Both men listened. The war didn't destroy Japan in one moment, Izuku said quietly. It wore it down. Heroes kept fighting. You kept teaching. But every year there were fewer of us. He clenched his fists. I became a teacher because I didn't want anyone else to grow up the way I did. All Might closed his eyes. And Eri? Night Eye asked. Izuku nodded. She tried to help someone else, he said. Her quirk reached further than it ever had. Silence fell. All Might stepped closer. In that future, he said, did I do my job? Izuku looked up at him. You never stopped being a hero, Izuku said. You just stopped wearing the costume. All Might's breath trembled. That's good enough, he said. Night Eye planted his cane against the ground. If the future resists large changes, he said, then we work through systems, not moments. All Might nodded. Hero education, he said. Support tech. Early intervention. Izuku added, and protecting people before they become targets. Shinszo. Todoroki. Anyone who can become a leverage point. Night Eye's eyes narrowed slightly. You're thinking like a strategist. Izuku looked down. I had to. All Might placed a hand on both their shoulders. Then it's settled, he said. We don't rewrite the future. Night Eye finished the thought. We outgrow it. 3 people, All Might said. No more. Night Eye nodded. If the commission finds out, they'll try to turn Midoriya into a resource instead of a person. Izuku swallowed. I don't want to be a weapon, he said. You won't be, All Might said firmly. Not while I'm standing. All Might reached into his coat and pulled out the sleek envelope. Expo, he said. America. Night Eye raised an eyebrow. International Hero Tech. Shield's work. All Might nodded. If villains are adapting globally, he said, then we can't think locally anymore. He held the envelope out to Izuku. I'm going as vice principal, he said. Officially. Then he smiled faintly. Unofficially, I want my successor with me. Izuku took it, hand steady. I'll go, he said. Not as a student. All Might nodded. As a hero. The three of them stood together on the rooftop, the wind carrying their shadows across the concrete. The city moved below, unaware. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. The future isn't written, he said. But it's watching us write it. All Might smiled. Then let's give it something worth reading. Izuku looked out at the horizon. This time, he wasn't carrying tomorrow alone. Chapter 26, The World on Display. Since movies are typically non-canon to an anime, I made it so that Deku didn't experience it in his first life and is experiencing it for the first time. Izuku Midoriya had never flown this high before. Not with float. Not with One for All. Not even in dreams. The plane cut through a blanket of white clouds, sunlight spilling across the cabin in soft, golden streaks. Outside, the world felt impossibly wide, a curve of blue and silver that made Japan feel like a small, precious dot left behind. All Might sat across from him, reading a thin folder stamped with the seal of AXPO, International Hero Expo, Island of I. You look like you're expecting the sky to punch back, All Might said with a smile. Izuku laughed softly. I've learned not to trust quiet moments. All Might's smile faded just a little. That's a hero's curse. Izuku leaned back in his seat, clutching the envelope Night Eye had helped prepare. Official student credentials, travel clearance, and a sealed invitation marked guest of the Shield Foundation. Somewhere ahead of them, a future he didn't remember waited. The island rose from the ocean like something pulled straight out of science fiction. Towering spires of glass and steel reflected the sunlight into 1,000 shifting colors. Elevated rail lines curved between buildings like silver ribbons. Holographic billboards flashed hero insignias, international flags, and smiling mascots welcoming visitors from around the world. As the plane descended, Izuku pressed his face to the window. It's like UA and a tech company had a baby, he muttered. All Might chuckled. That's the Shield family for you. The expo hall was massive, a cathedral of innovation and heroism. Robots demonstrated rescue techniques. Support gear floated behind glass panels. Quirk-enhancing exoskeletons flexed and rotated on display platforms. Heroes from across the globe walked the floor, their costumes a tapestry of cultures, colors, and styles. Izuku barely knew where to look. All Might. A familiar voice cut through the noise. A blonde girl in a lab coat pushed through the crowd, goggles resting on her head, eyes bright with excitement. Melissa Shield, All Might said warmly. It's been too long. She beamed, then turned her attention to Izuku. So this is him, she said. The successor. Izuku froze. Hi. Melissa smiled. Relax. You look exactly like he did the first time he came here. All Might coughed. Let's not scare the boy. A sudden, very familiar explosion echoed across the hall. Out of the way. Izuku spun around. Bakugo Katsuki was standing on a display platform, arms crossed, scowling at a startled group of foreign reporters. Behind him, Class 1A poured into the expo hall in a chaotic wave of voices and excitement. This place is awesome. Kaminari shouted. They have gravity harnesses. Uraraka gasped. Todoroki scanned the ceiling quietly, steam curling faintly from his breath. Ida adjusted his glasses, already trying to maintain order. Everyone, please remember we are guests representing UA and Bakugo. Get down from that platform. Izuku stared. You're all here. Bakugo hopped down. They invited the whole class, nerd. Melissa blinked. Wait, this is his class? All Might nodded proudly. The next generation. Melissa grinned. Then the expo just got a lot more interesting. Uraraka ran up to Izuku. We thought you ditched us. Izuku laughed. I didn't even know you were coming. Todoroki nodded toward the displays. This place feels prepared, like it's waiting for something. Izuku felt it too. That subtle pressure, like the future was holding its breath. Melissa led them to a private section of the hall. A tall man with wild blonde hair and a lab coat turned at their approach. All Might, he boomed. You old symbol, you finally came back. David Shield's handshake nearly pulled All Might off his feet. Then David noticed Izuku. And you must be the kid who inherited the impossible. Izuku bowed quickly. I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. David laughed. Oh, I like him already. David and Melissa guided Class 1A through prototypes. Rescue drones that could lift collapsed buildings. Support suits that adjusted to quirk output in real time. Medical pods that stabilized wounded civilians in seconds. Momo took notes furiously. Mei Hatsum, who had also been invited through the support course exchange program, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, already arguing with David about engine efficiency. This place is paradise, she whispered, eyes shining. Izuku wandered slightly apart, staring at a sleek black gauntlet displayed in a glass case. Designed for extreme power output, Melissa said, appearing beside him. All Might used a prototype here once. Izuku swallowed. In the old timeline, this is where things went wrong. High above the expo floor, on a maintenance walkway no one was supposed to be on, a figure in a coat watched the crowd. Wolfram's eyes tracked All Might. Then Izuku. Then Class 1A. He pressed a finger to the communicator in his ear. They're all here, he said quietly. A distorted voice answered. Then we proceed. Izuku felt it. That same pressure he'd felt in Hosu. He stepped closer to All Might. All Might, he whispered. Something's wrong. All Might didn't dismiss him. He never did anymore. I know, he said softly. Stay close. Class 1A gathered near the central stage as lights dimmed for the opening ceremony. David Shield stepped forward, arms wide. Welcome, heroes of the world, he boomed. Today, we celebrate the future. Izuku looked around at his classmates. Bakugo, scowling but alert. Todoroki, focused and ready. Uraraka, excited but watchful. Ida, standing tall. They weren't kids anymore. They were variables. And somewhere in the shadows, the future made its move. Chapter 27. The future breaks the glass. The expo hall didn't fall into darkness. It blinked. 1 second, the island of I glowed with 1,000 colors, holograms, floating banners, the polished steel of future tech gleaming under white light. The next, everything went black. For half a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then the emergency lights snapped on in cold red lines, painting the hall in warning. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Izuku Midoriya's body moved before his mind finished catching up. This is it. A voice boomed through the speakers, calm, confident, wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain where you are. For your safety, Island I is now under my control. Screens flickered to life across the hall. Wolfram's masked face filled them, eyes glinting behind the visor. Today, he continued, we will be testing how well the future protects its past. Bakugo swore. I hate villains that talk. All Might took a step forward, and stopped. Metal restraints snapped around his wrists and ankles, magnetizing him to the floor. All Might! Izuku shouted. David Shield spun. That tech isn't mine. Izuku clenched his fists. All for one. Panic surged through the hall. Security drones dropped from the ceiling, projecting barriers between civilians and the chaos as the island's automated defense system turned inward. Todoroki raised a wall of ice, shielding a group of foreign reporters. Uraraka grabbed 2 kids and floated them behind a support pillar. Ida barked orders in 3 languages, herding people toward emergency exits that suddenly sealed shut. Bakugo blasted a rogue drone out of the air. Hey! Pick on someone who can fight back. Izuku felt the pull of Black Whip beneath his skin. He didn't let it out. Not here. Not in front of cameras, heroes, and whatever eyes All for One had watching. He surged forward with 1 for all, 20%, fast, controlled, clean. Melissa's shield stumbled as another tremor shook the floor. Izuku caught her. My father, she gasped. They're going to take him. The control systems. Izuku nodded. Show me. David's shield was already working at a terminal, hands flying. They've locked me out of my own island, he snarled. This isn't just a hack. It's an override. All Might strained against the restraints. Wolfram, he growled, this isn't what you wanted. Wolfram's face flickered across a nearby screen. No, he said. This is what they wanted. The screen cut. Izuku felt a chill. Todoroki took charge without raising his voice. Bakugo with me. We clear the upper levels. Bakugo grinned. Finally. Ida, Uraraka, evacuate the west sector, Todoroki continued. Jiro, find the control hub. Ida saluted. Understood. Uraraka nodded. Be careful, Deku. Izuku met her eyes. Always. They found him in the central tower. Steel twisted around Wolfram like armor, the island itself bending to his will. Bakugo attacked first, explosions hammering into the metal shell. Wolfram didn't budge. Todoroki froze the floor, fire following, steam billowing upward. Wolfram laughed. Izuku stepped forward. Not rushing. Not charging. Studying. He watched the way the metal moved, not randomly but reactively. You're not controlling everything, Izuku said. You're responding. Wolfram's head tilted. Izuku moved. 20% carried him up the wall, across a beam, behind Wolfram's blind spot. He struck, not the armor. The source. The metal faltered. Just for a second. All Might broke free with a roar, muscles surging into his hero form. The air shook. He charged Wolfram. The clash sent a shockwave through the tower, windows shattering outward in a cascade of glass and light. Izuku shielded Melissa, heart pounding. He's pushing himself too hard. All Might staggered. Wolfram countered. Izuku didn't think. He moved. He caught All Might before he hit the ground. You're not alone anymore, Izuku said, breathless. All Might looked at him. And smiled. Melissa shoved the case into Izuku's arms as the tower shook around them. My dad built this as a prototype, she said, breathless. It's not a power amplifier. It's a regulator. Izuku flipped the case open. Inside rested a gauntlet of matte black alloy and glowing blue filaments, its surface etched with fine channels like veins running beneath skin. It reads muscle tension, nerve impulse, and output flow, Melissa continued rapidly. It won't make you stronger. It'll keep you from tearing yourself apart when you are. Izuku swallowed. In the old timeline, he remembered the pain. The fractures. The cost of every punch. He slid the gauntlet on. It locked into place with a soft, mechanical click. A ripple of sensation traveled up his arm, not power, but feedback. His own heartbeat echoed back to him through the metal. Deku! Bakugo snapped. If you're done dressing up, the villain's still here. Wolfram stood at the far end of the chamber, the island's steel flowing around him in thick, layered armor. The walls bent inward, forming a cage of metal ribs that pulsed with his movements. All Might, Wolfram's voice echoed, distorted through his mask. Do you feel it? The world you built bending under its own weight. All Might stepped forward, and staggered. Izuku caught him. Let us, Izuku said quietly. All Might hesitated, then nodded. Wolfram slammed his hand into the floor. The chamber moved. Metal surged upward in jagged spires, cutting the space into narrow lanes. The ceiling dropped lower, forcing them apart. Bakugo blasted through a rising wall, only for it to reform behind him, trapping him on a platform 10 meters above the floor. "Ichoi," he shouted. "Cheap trick." Todoroki froze a path toward Izuku, and the ice shattered as Wolfram ripped the steel beneath it upward, throwing Todoroki off balance. Izuku darted forward, one for all humming at 20%, catching Todoroki before he fell into a collapsing gap. "Thanks," Todoroki muttered. "Stay close," Izuku replied. Wolfram laughed. "You think this is a fight?" he said. "This is an environment." Wolfram raised both arms. The walls peeled away, revealing the tower's outer shell, and beyond it, the ocean, far below. A bridge of steel formed under their feet. Then tilted. Bakugo skidded, catching himself with a blast. Todoroki planted ice spikes into the floor, anchoring himself. Izuku felt the gauntlet vibrate, warning him of a spike in output as he leapt, barely landing on solid ground. A metal tendril snapped toward All Might. Izuku moved without thinking. He punched it. The impact rattled his arm, but the gauntlet absorbed the backlash, redistributing the force in a controlled pulse instead of a bone-shattering shock. Izuku stared at his hand. So this is what it was meant for. Wolfram adapted. He always did. He split his armor into dozens of smaller, autonomous segments, floating blades of steel that swarmed like a storm. Bakugo fired explosion after explosion, blasting them out of the air. Todoroki froze some, melted others, steam clouding the space. Izuku moved through the chaos, not faster, smarter. He read the pattern. They're orbiting something, Izuku shouted. He's protecting the core. Bakugo snarled. Then let's hit it. They surged together. And Wolfram let them. The floor dropped out beneath them. They fell. Wind tore past Izuku's ears as the tower's interior rushed upward. Bakugo fired a blast downward, slowing his descent. Todoroki slammed ice into the wall, grinding to a halt. Izuku felt the pull afloat. He didn't use it. Not yet. He twisted in the air, grabbing Bakugo's arm with one hand and slamming his gauntlet fist into the wall with the other. The feedback surged. Pain flared. But the gauntlet held. They stopped, inches from a spinning mass of steel that would have torn them apart. Bakugo stared at him. You good? Izuku breathed. Define good. Above them, All Might roared and charged through the swarm of metal, forcing a path toward Wolfram. He landed a blow. Wolfram barely moved. The counterstrike sent All Might crashing into the wall, his transformation flickering. Izuku's heart lurched. No, he whispered. Wolfram stepped forward. The symbol falls eventually, he said. That's how the world moves on. Izuku felt something cold settle in his chest. Not this time. Melissa's voice crackled through a calm in Izuku's ear. Midoriya. The gauntlet can vent excess output in a single direction, but only once. If you overload it, it'll burn out. Izuku closed his eyes. One chance. He looked at Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo grinned. About time. Todoroki nodded. We'll make the opening. Bakugo went first, a focused blast that drove Wolfram's armor back. Todoroki followed, fire and ice in perfect sequence, steam and frost warping the metal. Wolfram raised his arms to shield himself. That was the moment. Izuku surged forward. The gauntlet screamed. Not in sound, in feedback. Every muscle, every nerve, every ounce of one for all poured into a single, controlled line. He didn't punch Wolfram. He punched the island's control node embedded in the armor, the place where Wolfram's quirk interfaced with the systems beneath the steel. The gauntlet vented. A blue-white pulse tore through the chamber like a lightning strike. The world went silent. Metal fell. The swarm collapsed, clattering to the floor like dead leaves. Wolfram dropped to one knee, gasping. Izuku stumbled, the gauntlet's lights fading to black. Bakugo caught him. Don't you dare pass out now, he growled. Todoroki steadied All Might, who leaned heavily on both of them. Sirens wailed as the island's systems rebooted. Lights flickered back on. The ocean stretched wide and calm beyond the shattered walls. Wolfram lay restrained, heroes surrounding him. All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You didn't just win, he said quietly. You protected everyone while doing it. Melissa knelt beside Izuku, inspecting the gauntlet. It's burned out, she said softly. But it worked. Izuku looked at the darkened metal. Then it did its job. Melissa smiled through tired eyes. So did you. Melissa approached Izuku, smiling. You're not just his successor, she said. You're something new. Izuku laughed softly. I'm still figuring that out. Far away, a screen went dark. All for One leaned back in his chair. Interesting, he murmured. He didn't show them he chose restraint, he murmured. That makes him more dangerous than I thought. The pause. Should we adjust the board? a figure beside him shifted. Oh, we already have. Chapter 28, Blueprints and Shadows. Island Eye didn't look like a battlefield in the daylight. Glass had been replaced. Rail lines hummed smoothly. The ocean sparkled like nothing violent had ever happened beneath its reflection. Tourists walked past security drones that now hovered in careful, patient patterns, and heroes posed for photos beneath banners that still read "Welcome to the Future." Izuku Midoriya leaned on the observation deck railing, the salt air cool against his face. Victory didn't echo. It lingered. All Might stood beside him, arms resting on the metal bar, shoulders heavy but steady. "You did well," he said quietly. Izuku shook his head. "We did." All Might smiled at that. Melissa Shield was waiting in one of the Shield Foundation's smaller labs, a space that felt less like a showroom and more like a workshop. Tools hung from magnetic rails. Hollow screens floated in the air, scrolling through schematics and energy readouts. The room smelled faintly of ozone and machine oil. Mei Hatsum burst in moments later, goggles already perched on her head. "I heard someone here has a body that breaks when it goes fast," she shouted cheerfully. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin. "Hi, Hatsum." Melissa blinked. "'Tis energetic." Hatsum leaned in, eyes shining. "So? Is it true? You're basically a walking stress test." Izuku glanced helplessly at All Might. All Might coughed. "He has unique requirements." Izuku took a breath and chose his words carefully. "When I push my quirk," he said, "my body can't always keep up. I've trained, I've learned control, but there's a ceiling. And every time I get close to it, something in me starts to tear." Melissa nodded immediately. "Structural failure. Microfractures. Neural feedback overload." Hatsum clapped her hands. "Oh, that means we don't need a bigger engine, we need a better chassis." Izuku managed a small laugh. "I don't want something that makes me stronger," he said. "I want something that makes me last." The room went quiet. Melissa's expression softened. "That's actually kind of appealing." Hatsum flicked SWs. A hologram of a human body sprang to life between them, rotating slowly. "The gauntlet worked like a limiter," she said, tapping the projection. "It didn't boost output. It redirected it." Melissa nodded. "If we scale that across the whole body..." Izuku's eyes widened. "A suit?" Night Eye's voice came from the doorway. "Not a suit," he corrected. "A system." They turned. Night Eye stepped in, cane tapping softly against the floor. "Think of your quirk as a river," he said. "Right now, your body is the riverbank. It keeps eroding." Hatsum grinned. "So we build a dam." Night Eye sighed. "A flexible one." Melissa swiped the air, and a new hologram unfolded. A full-body framework of light took shape, segmented plating along the joints, subtle energy channels running like veins down the arms and legs, stabilizers at the spine and hips. "Shock dispersion nodes here," she said, pointing. "Muscle feedback sensors here. A central processor that monitors your output in real time and reroutes strain before it reaches a breaking point." Hatsum spun the model, already adding absurd attachments. Modular slots. Grapples. Emergency boosters. Portable medkit injectors. Izuku raised both hands. "And maybe we start with the part where I don't break my legs?" All Might laughed. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. "Cost?" Melissa hesitated. Hatsum shrugged. "A lot." All Might didn't blink. "We'll cover it." Night Eye nodded. "This is an investment in the future." Izuku stared at them. "You don't have to." All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. "We want to." Melissa saved the file. The hologram collapsed into a glowing blueprint icon. "This won't be finished overnight," she said. "But we can start a prototype. I'll coordinate with UA's support course." Hatsum pumped her fist. "Yes. A long-term baby project." Izuku smiled. For the first time, the idea of his power didn't feel like a ticking clock. It felt like something he could build around. At the island's edge, the boarding ramp waited. Class 1A gathered nearby, bags slung over shoulders, still buzzing from the chaos and wonder of the expo. Uraraka hugged Melissa tightly. Come visit Yue. Todoroki bowed slightly to David's shield. Thank you for your hospitality. Bakugo crossed his arms. Your tech's not bad. Hatsum leaned out of the lab door. Midoriya. Don't break yourself before I get there. Izuku laughed. I'll try. Melissa walked with him to the ramp. I'll send updates, she said. And when the first version's ready, you'll be the one to test it. Izuku nodded. I'll be ready. In a warehouse far from the ocean, the air smelled of dust and cold metal. Shigaraki Tamura kicked a broken chair across the floor. It shattered against the wall. He failed, he snarled. Wolfram failed. All for One's presence filled the shadows. He learned, the older villain said calmly. That makes him more useful than if he had succeeded. A screen flickered to life, displaying profiles. New faces. New quirks. New possibilities. We don't need a single wall, All for One continued. We need a city of them. Kurogyari stepped forward, projecting a new image. A satellite view of a forest. Coordinates. A familiar label burned in red. UA Training Camp, Class 1A/1B. Shigaraki's grin widened. Profiles slid across the screen. Students. Quirks. Psychological markers. Strengths. Fault lines. Heroes recruit with hope, All for One said. We recruit with revelation. 3 categories appeared. Potential assets. Volatile quirks. Isolated backgrounds. Quiet resentment. Disruptors. Natural leaders. Emotional anchors. The ones who keep others standing. Symbols. Those who remind the world why heroes exist. Shigaraki's eyes lingered on one name. Midoriya Izuku. All for One said nothing. He didn't need to. We won't storm the camp, Shigaraki said, almost disappointed. All for One smiled. No, he agreed. We'll live in it. Kurogyari highlighted routes through the forest. Patrol timings. Blind spots. Emergency response windows. Scouts are already embedded, Kurogyari said. Communications mapped. Extraction points prepared. Shigaraki flexed his fingers, dust flaking off the table. Some of them will break, he said. Some will run. And some, All for One added softly, will choose. Heroes think the test is survival, Shigaraki muttered. All for One's voice dropped to a whisper. We think it's identity. He leaned forward, unseen but felt. Let's see how many heroes they can save when the people they're protecting are themselves. Back on the plane, Izuku stared at the glowing blueprint on his tablet. Lines of light forming the future he and Melissa and Hatsum had begun to sketch. All Might rested beside him. Night Eye sat across the aisle, reviewing reports. 3 people. 1 future. Far away, in a forest half a world away, the ground waited. The future didn't roar. It whispered. And this time, it was calling the students by name. Chapter 29. The Calm That Listens. The room was small. Not an office. Not a classroom. Just a spare conference space tucked behind UA's faculty wing. The kind of place no one noticed because nothing important was supposed to happen there. That made it perfect. Night Eye stood at the whiteboard, cane resting against the wall, glasses reflecting the soft glow of a digital map projected across the surface. A forest filled the screen. Contour lines. Patrol routes. Elevation markers. Emergency response windows. Use summer training camp. Confidential. All Might leaned against the table, arms folded. He wasn't in costume. He hadn't been for a while now. In this room, he didn't need the symbol. He needed to be a planner. Izuku sat at the edge of his chair, notebook open but untouched. This is where it happens, Night Eye said. Not exactly as you remember it, but close enough to cast a shadow. Izuku nodded. In my timeline, the League used a student, he said quietly. Aoyama. All Might stiffened. Night Eye turned his head slowly. Explain. Izuku swallowed. He wasn't a villain, Izuku said. He was desperate. Pressured. His family was threatened. Night Eye exhaled through his nose. A leverage point. All Might clenched a fist. We don't use our students as bait. Izuku shook his head. We don't have to. Misinform. Night Eye stepped closer to the map. If the League expects intelligence from Aoyama, he said, then that channel becomes a weakness. Izuku nodded. We feed them a version of the truth. All Might looked between them. You're talking about controlled leaks. Controlled lies, Night Eye corrected. Izuku leaned forward. They're planning to live in the camp, he said. Blend in. But if we give them a map of where we won't be, we can funnel them where we are. All Might's jaw tightened. You're asking me to let them think one of my students is compromised, he said. I'm asking you to protect them all, Izuku replied. Silence fell. Finally, All Might nodded once. We do this carefully, he said. And we never let Aoyama know. Night Eye tapped the board. Then we prepare 2 camps, he said. The one the League expects. And the one we actually defend, Izuku finished. They worked in quiet precision. Night Eye marked false patrol routes, lines that suggested gaps that wouldn't exist. Izuku pointed out timing discrepancies the League would exploit. All Might identified response points where pro-heroes could arrive without being seen. We don't stop the attack, Night Eye said. We shape it, Izuku replied. All Might exhaled slowly. This is what being a hero becomes when the future fights back, he murmured. 3 people, Night Eye said again. That's all who know. Izuku nodded. If anyone else finds out, All Might added, the League adapts. Izuku closed his notebook. Then we don't give them the chance. The next morning, the buses rolled out of UA's gates like they always did. Class 1A filled the air with laughter, snacks, and half-finished conversations. Kaminari tried to balance a juice box on his head. Jiro kicked it off. Uraraka leaned across the aisle. Deku, you look like you didn't sleep. Izuku smiled. Just excited. Bakugo snorted. About sleeping in the woods? Todoroki stared out the window, steam faint in the cold morning air. Ida stood at the front, already reviewing camp rules with the seriousness of a field commander. Everything felt normal. That was the part Izuku trusted the least. The city thinned into hills. Hills turned into trees. Phones lost signal. The bus grew quieter, conversations fading into the hum of tires on gravel. Aizawa stood at the front. Once we arrive, he said, you're not students. The room stilled. You're heroes in training, he continued. You watch your surroundings. You watch each other. You don't wander. Bakugo grinned. Finally. Uraraka swallowed. Izuku felt the forest before he saw it. A pressure. Not danger. Tension. The buses didn't slow. They didn't pull into a clearing or stop beside a cozy set of cabins. They turned off the paved road and rolled onto a narrow dirt path that cut straight into the forest. Branches scraped against the windows. The light dimmed as the canopy thickened overhead. Students leaned forward in their seats, murmuring. Kaminari whispered, this doesn't look like a camp. The bus finally lurched to a stop in a small, empty clearing. Nothing but trees, dirt, and the sound of wind in the leaves. The doors hissed open. Pixie Bob was standing outside, hands on her hips, grin wide. Welcome to hell, kids. Groans and nervous laughter rippled through Class 1A as they stepped down into the dirt. Tiger waved cheerfully from behind her. Camp's that way. He pointed. Straight into the forest. Mandalay's voice brushed across their minds, calm and clear. Your goal is simple. Reach the camp. Aizawa stepped forward, eyes sharp. This isn't a hike, he said. This is your first test. Pixie Bob slammed a hand into the ground. The earth moved. Hills rose. Trenches formed. The forest floor reshaped itself into a shifting obstacle course of dirt, roots, and sudden drops. Run! Pixie Bob shouted. And the ground lunged at them. Bakugo blasted forward instantly, vaulting over a rising wall of dirt. Todoroki froze a collapsing ridge so his classmates could scramble across. Uraraka grabbed Mineta as he tripped, sending both of them floating over a pit that snapped shut beneath them. Ida barked directions, engines flaring as he ran ahead to mark safer routes. Izuku didn't surge forward. He looked up. The canopies thinner to the east, he realized. Less root density. Fewer sudden shifts. This way, he shouted. Some followed. Some didn't. The forest didn't care. The sun climbed. Then dipped. Sweat soaked through uniforms. Legs burned. Laughter faded into heavy breathing. Students fell into natural groups. Not teams, but support networks. Kirishima carried Kaminari for a mile when his legs gave out. Todoroki alternated ice bridges and bursts of heat to keep people warm when the shade turned cold. Bakugo cleared fallen trees with controlled blasts, muttering the whole time. Izuku stayed near the middle, not leading, not lagging, watching. Adjusting. Catching the ones who stumbled. By the 5th hour, the forest grew still. No insects. No birds. Just the sound of their own footsteps and breathing. Izuku felt it again. That subtle pressure. We're not alone. Bakugo leaned close. You feel that too? Izuku nodded. The trees finally opened. Cabins stood in a wide clearing, smoke curling from a central fire pit. Observation towers rose at the edges of the camp like silent sentinels. Pixie Bob stood waiting, arms crossed, grin sharp. Took you long enough. Students dropped where they stood, on logs, on dirt, on each other. Tiger laughed. 5 hours. Not bad for city kids. Mandalay's voice touched their minds again. Welcome to your training camp. Izuku looked back at the forest. It looked the same as it always had. But it felt like something had just let them pass. Far from the clearing, buried beneath roots and leaves, a small device blinked once. Twice. Then went dark. In a warehouse filled with quiet screens, Kurogyri tilted his head. They've reached the camp. All for one's presence shifted in the shadows. Good, he murmured. Now let's see how long it takes them to realize they didn't arrive alone. Chapter 30. The Distance Between Stars. The forest woke up slowly. Mist clung to the grass like it didn't want to let go of the night. Sunlight filtered through the trees in thin, pale stripes that painted the clearing in gold and shadow. Class 1A and Class 1B stood in loose clusters, stretching sore muscles and sharing quiet complaints about sleeping on thin mattresses and rocks that somehow always found their way into people's backs. Monoma broke the calm first, as usual. Well, he announced, clapping his hands together, I suppose it's time for the supporting cast to see how the stars of UA perform in the wilderness. Kendo's hand met the back of his head with a familiar smack. Shut up before you get us all killed, she said flatly. Tetsu laughed. Man, you never learn. Kirishima grinned back. Neither do you. Bakugo stood off to the side, arms crossed, eyes already scanning the terrain like it was something he intended to conquer. Todoroki adjusted his gloves, breath steaming faintly. Izuku bounced lightly on his heels, notebook already half out of his pocket before he caught himself and shoved it back in. The gap between them and everyone else was there. No one needed to say it. Pixie Bob clapped her hands, excitement crackling in the air. Today's about growth, she declared. Not just power. Not just speed. Teamwork, adaptability, and survival, Tiger finished calmly. Mandalay's voice brushed through their minds. You'll be rotating through challenge. Each one is designed to push you in a different way. Don't compare scores. Compare progress. The students absolutely compared scores anyway. The first zone was simple, a rising, shifting path of dirt and stone that climbed a steep ridge and dropped into a shallow ravine on the other side. Bakugo went first. Explosions boomed beneath his feet as he launched himself upward, adjusting midair, blasting sideways to avoid a sudden stone pillar, and landing cleanly at the top. Todoroki followed, freezing a path just long enough to run across it, then melting the ice beneath his own feet to keep from slipping as he dropped down the other side. Izuku went last. He didn't explode or freeze or flash. He ran. And somehow he kept up. 20%, controlled, measured. Enough to clear the gaps. Enough to land softly. Enough to make it look like he wasn't trying. Kaminari stared. Did he just do that? Uraraka swallowed. Yeah. Class 1B went next. They were good. Really good. But when they reached the top, their times were still seconds behind. Seconds that felt like miles. They're monsters, one of the 1B students muttered under their breath. Bakugo and Todoroki, sure, another replied. But Midoriya too? Monoma frowned. He didn't like being behind. He liked it even less when he didn't know how. Later, during a break, Mina flopped onto a log, breathing. Okay, she said, pointing at the three of them. When did you guys start training in secret? Bakugo scoffed. You didn't. Kirishima laughed. I thought we were all doing our best. Todoroki looked away. Izuku scratched the back of his head. We just kept going. Jiro crossed her arms. It feels like we're chasing shadows. The words hung there. Not angry. Not jealous. Just honest. Izuku opened his mouth to respond. Then closed it. He didn't have an answer that wouldn't sound like a lie. Kendo gathered her class under a tree. They're ahead, she said plainly. So what? Tetsu clenched his fists. So we catch up. Monoma's eyes gleamed. Or we surpass. Their group surged back into the next zone with something sharper than competition. Intent. Kota Izumi sat on the porch of the main lodge, hood pulled low, watching the students from a distance. He didn't care about times. Or rankings. Or which class was better. He cared about the way they laughed after falling. About how they went back to help each other up. He didn't understand it. Heroes were supposed to leave. That's what his world had taught. Izuku noticed Kota like he noticed everything else. Not all at once. But consistently. During a water break, Izuku grabbed 2 bottles instead of 1 and wandered over. He didn't sit next to Kota. He sat a few steps away. Far enough to give space. Close enough to be there. Kota eyed him suspiciously. Izuku unscrewed a bottle and set it down between them. I don't really like running either, Izuku said. Kota snorted before he could stop himself. Izuku smiled. Progress. This one was about endurance. A long, winding path through thick underbrush, weighted vests strapped to their chests. Bakugo tore ahead. Todoroki followed. Izuku stayed in the middle again. This time, Class 1A and 1B didn't just chase the leaders. They chased each other. Shiro pulled a 1B student up a muddy slope. Kendo shoved Kirishima out of the way of a swinging log. Monoma copied Uraraka's movements for a moment, then cursed when gravity didn't care about imitation. Laughter broke out. So did something else. Respect. By the time the sun dipped low, everyone was exhausted. But no one was discouraged. Mina leaned against a tree, grinning. They're ahead. Kirishima nodded. So we train harder. A 1B student raised a fist. Together. Bakugo glanced back at them. For a moment he didn't sneer. He smirked. As the students drifted back toward the lodge, Kota tugged on Izuku's sleeve. Just barely. Why do you keep coming back? Kota asked quietly. Izuku blinked. Coming back where? Kota looked at the clearing. The forest. The people. Here, he said. When you're tired. Izuku thought for a moment. Then answered honestly. Because there are people here. Kota frowned. Izuku smiled. And they're worth it. Kota didn't reply. But he didn't pull away either. The campfire crackled as students ate and joked and argued about which class would win if they had a real match. The forest stood tall and silent around them. No one noticed the way the wind shifted. Or how the insects stopped singing. They were too busy being kids. Too busy chasing stars.